not on the live stream live yet. I kindly ask everybody to take your seats. Thank you so much. And before we go live, dear tech team, we are not live yet. I just have to do an announcement, which is important, because we have a lot of beautiful people who came from all across the world, not only European countries. And we will have a part after the keynote speeches by Dr. Asim Malhotra and Dr. Robert Malone, where you, our dear colleagues from different countries, can do additional statements. I know that we told you you can speak 2 minutes, but as last minute, we had beautiful people telling us they also want to come. Please, if you can make sure that we have some speakers who can do 5 minutes, that's a thing that we told them, but the other ones, I please kindly ask you to stick to your even better 90 seconds to 2-minute statements, because otherwise we are running late, and the interpreters in the rooms, they will leave at 6 o'clock. The live stream will stop at 6 o'clock. And it would be wonderful if here's media in the room, if media people get a chance after keynotes and statements to still ask the questions. So I will be very strict. I will say final statement and ask you to stop if you are longer than, I'd say, 2 minutes, but I kindly ask you to probably even try to make 90 seconds statements. I'm sorry for that, but we have so many beautiful people from all across the world here with us in the room today. Thank you, and somebody from Patriots for Europe Foundation, our host, thank you so much, is going to open the stage and will give a sign to the tech team that we can go live. This is MEP Hauser and Andras Laszlo from Patriots for Europe Foundation. They will start, and please assign to the tech team that we can start to go live now. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Make Europe Healthy Again is a noble and important initiative the Patriots for Europe Foundation is very happy to have on its agenda. I'm grateful to our Austrian colleagues for their initiative on the matter, because although the pandemic is behind us, the health-related effects, the social and political consequences are still with us today. In order to make Europe healthy again, we need to draw from the lessons learned and make an honest account of the mistakes we have committed. The COVID pandemic shook the world to its very core. The pandemic exposed the vulnerability of mankind in terms of looking out for our individual health, but also in each other, also looking out for each other and the systems we have in place at institutional level, at national level, and at international level. Second, fear exposed the weaknesses of our democracies and how swiftly basic values can be abandoned and freedoms can be restricted. Media and government often shut down debate, arguments, ideas, expertise, and even proof. The secrecy and censorship are still with us today. The President of the European Commission refused to release the EU vaccines procurement contract, and she has been condemned by both the EU Ombudsman and the European Court for withholding the text messages she exchanged with the CEO of Pfizer. Third, the shortage of medical equipment and manufacturing base to supply our own peoples exposed the dependencies created by a global economy that focuses solely on the cheapest price. Make America healthy again and make Europe healthy again are not independent ideas. It's not only the slogans that rhyme, but also the challenges we face across the Channel and across the Atlantic. For that reason, I'm glad that we can have here with us today experts from the US, UK, Austria, and we are grateful for Mr. Malone for making this long journey for America. Thank you for coming. We are grateful to Dr. Hubmer-Mogg from Austria, for Dr. Malhotra from the UK for joining us and making this event possible. And last but not least, I want to thank my Patriot colleague, Member of European Parliament, Mr. Gerald Hauser, for taking the initiative on this subject. The Patriots for Europe Foundation appeared on the European political scene merely a year ago, in fact, less than a year ago, and as president of the foundation, I often underline at our events that on many subjects, we are the only ones in Europe brave enough to go and discuss topics other think tanks and politicians in Europe do not dare. I think this is also one of those. I wish you all a great conference.
Danke, Herr Präsident Anders Laszlo.
Thank you, President Anders Laszlo, for that introduction and the amazing support from the Patriots Foundation for this, I believe, historic event. We all here will become witnesses of the fact that if we band together, we can make Europe healthier again and set it back on the right track. Ms. Maria Hubmer-Mogg is here with us today, and it's important to have this debate here today, but it was a lot of work. It meant a lot of commitment, and I do believe a round of applause is in order for Dr. Hubmer-Mogg.
Wir haben, und das ist für das Europäische
A very rare occasion, the European Parliament. We've got a full room here today, despite the fact that a lot of our colleagues from the Patriots are abroad, taking part in the study days in Portugal. We would be even more, but this only goes to show that there's a huge interest for this kind of event. For us here at the top table, it's great to see so many renowned international experts and scholars in the audience. It's impossible to name them all, but I think it only goes to show the importance of this kind of event. It's really important to have international experts here who will set Europe back on track together with us here today. But up at the top table, we've got some special experts. Dr. Asim Malhotra, British cardiologist. Dr. Hubmer-Mogg will be giving us more of an introduction. And we're absolutely ecstatic about the fact that Dr. Robert Malone and his wife, also an excellent scientist, have made it here to us. Drs. Malhotra and Dr. Malone, a round of applause. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Ich habe ja nur wenig Zeit, werde also spät.
I don't have much speaking time, so just a couple of words later on ASIP, but Dr. Malone is one of the important experts who's a part of this important body. The 17 experts of ASIP were dismissed, talking about high-level experts who aren't subservient to the pharma industry, and they were replaced. It would be great if we could also benefit from the insights provided by these experts, because here in Europe we are barking up the wrong tree completely. We were told COVID vaccines are effective, that they save lives. Complete nonsense. Looking at what's going on here today. I hope you can see the slides with the chart, the EMA stats from October 2025. All 27 EU states have reported the damage caused by vaccination. At the time of the COVID vaccinations, EMA was notified and the notification rate was a mere 6%. And the European Parliament, the Commissioner, the President are aware of this. I kept pointing this out in the Sant Committee here in Parliament. 29,566 deaths, roughly, were reported with a notification or reporting rate of 6%. This is a very low rate of what's being reported. We keep flagging this, and when we do, we're accused of spreading conspiracy theories and fake news, despite the fact that I quite simply point to the official figures. These aren't my figures, these are your figures, I tell them. And then on ACIP, Dr. Rod Malone is a member. They've summarized 4 of the main aspects why the CDC is using the ACIP recommendation for the COVID-19 vaccinations to roll back these recommendations. Vaccinations are no longer being recommended because they're not safe. And that's a huge issue. I've used the insights from ACIP and their 4 main arguments to make my case in the European Parliament. I've submitted an official question. I asked the Commission on where do we stand. These recommendations are being rolled back because people have died, people got badly injured. Are you just going to sit back and ignore that? What's your assessment of these insights? We're talking about experts here. Those are the questions I asked them. And Dr. Malone, I'll be letting you know what the response from the Commission, from the Health Commissioner, will be. Very interesting, and it's very important to be talking about this. Why is it so important? Because, as you can see on the next slide, you've got vaccination recommendations in Austria, for example. I'll just give you one example, but the policy across Europe runs completely counter to expert advice in the US. The US are pioneers in healthcare. Doctor, you are pioneers, and yet, and I quote the recommendations, children up to 6 months of age, from 6 months up to 5 years, basic immunization with 3 vaccinations, and single vaccination after exposure. So they continue to vaccinate children if they've been exposed. That's the approach. And this is why the Commission has been ordering vaccines in Austria. We're stockpiling vaccines because people have understood that they're dangerous. That's why it's important to fight to make Europe healthy again, because we need a health policy that serves our people and not the interests of the pharmaceutical industry. Dr. Hubmer-Mogg is leading on this dossier. Thank you for this great initiative. Please join us in our attempt to set things back on the right track and to use the momentum from the US. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your support. Together, we're stronger. Thank you.
Good afternoon, guten Tag. My name is Dr. Maria Hubmer-Mogg from Austria. Thank you to our hosts, to everybody in the room, especially our fellow colleagues who came from all across the world to celebrate the launch of MEHA, Make Europe Healthy Again, together with us all. Hello to all the viewers in the live stream, especially to my son Timo, who is watching live right now. I dedicate this moment in time to all children, to all parents, and to all the people who care about the future of us all, and especially our children. My background: I'm a trained family physician with focus on preventative medicine and especially clean food. I'm also a mental health coach and an advocate for informed consent and health freedom. The doctor-patient relationship is sacred to me, and I'm not a big fan of one-size-fits-all approaches like the WHO likes so much. Yes, I'm the founder and, let's say, the voice of MEHA right now, but unlike Dr. Fauci, I am not the science. I, however, have brought a bunch of amazing world's leading experts and scientists to the EU Parliament today. Thank you all for coming. MEHA is an independent organization that offers solutions to pressing public health questions. We see ourselves as lighthouses under stormy conditions and in demanding times. The unelected global entities, such as, for example, the WEF folks, told us straight into our faces that they infiltrated our parliaments. It is time to let the people out there know that independent, transparency-seeking, authentic experts are obviously also now coming to parliaments, and we will stop them. We find more and more allies within all nations and all parliaments worldwide who woke up to the fact that something is terribly going wrong, especially when it comes to health policies, and that agree that also something is going terribly wrong with the so-called peace project, EU. People can only vote for EU parliamentarians, but not for the EU Commission. Fun fact, it is the unelected Commission who is making the policies, and if people think, well, what does this have to do with me? Well, the people should know and be aware that 80% of their country's policies stem from within the EU. The European Medicine Agency, in short EMA, is closely linked to the Commission, and it is not an independent drug authority. It is a hybrid and not an independent, transparent medical administration. With over 85% of its revenue derived from industry fees, the agency is financially dependent on the very companies whose products it is supposed to regulate. This structural proximity between regulator and regulated is non-accidental. It is by design. Institutionalized under the supervision of the European Commission and heavily shaped by the EFPIA, the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations. Both entities influence legislative framework, fee models, and advisory procedures that define how medicine reach the European market. Legally, the EMA is an EU agency. Politically, it functions as a hybrid entity, part public regulator, part private service provider. This dual role compromises genuine oversight and undermines democratic accountability in European health governance. The implications are significant. Scientific advice services paid for by the pharmaceutical companies allow early alignment of study designs and endpoints long before a marketing authorization is filed. The fee-based system creates a commercial incentive to prioritize speed over scrutiny. Personal mobility, by saying that meaning employee transfers between the EMA, the European Commission, and the pharmaceutical industry erodes public trust. Fast track and conditional authorizations are politically exploited, using urgency as a pretext for incomplete data acceptance. This is a clear conflict of interest. Then we have fee dependency. Roughly 90% of the EMA's income originates from the same corporations it regulates. And I also have a table here with me that shows in 2020, 357 million euro, that was a fee income consisting of 86% and only 14% coming from EU budget. In 2025, the numbers are 510 million euros. That is 90% fee income and only 10% EU budget. So I would say here, do not let the fox guard the henhouse. In German, lass deinen Hund nicht auf die Wurst aufpassen. And that means do not let your dog watch over a sausage. And I'm a dog owner and I know what I'm talking about. We have a detailed plan to reform the EMA to a professional authority. Our political demand is separate regulatory work from its financing. EU funds must replace industry fees. Full disclosure of all lobbying contacts between EFPIA, pharmaceutical companies, and EMA officials. Extend cooling off periods for EMA and Commission staff to at least 5 years. Establish parliamentary oversight over scientific advice and fast-track authorizations. No more conflict of interest, no more concealment of side effects, no more pharma-financed studies, and very important, no more division in left and right. We are the team 8 billions united versus the smaller team, corporate capitalism. And before we come to our keynote speakers, I just want to make you aware of a movie that won the Best Film Prize for the Malibu Film Festival on Sunday. The film documentary is called An Inconvenient Study. You can watch it on aninconvenientstudy.com. And by saying that, I want to again tell all of you, I thank you from the bottom of my heart that it's people like you who are fighting for a brighter future for us and our children. Thank you. Our first keynote speaker is my dear friend, Dr. Asim Malhotra. He is a cardiologist from the UK, and I'm proud to announce that he became our Chief Medical and Scientific Officer for Make Europe Healthy Again. Thank you so much, Asim, for your efforts. Thank you for all the work you're doing, and we're interested in your keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Gerard. It's great to be here. Great. The slides look like they're working. Let's see. Something's coming up. Wonderful. Okay, so for the next 50 or 55 minutes or so, I will promise not to run over, Maria. I'm going to just take you on a little journey and give you an overview of what I think is at the root of the health crisis in Europe and even across the world. And I'll also give you a couple of very obvious scientific examples of how distortion of the evidence is taking people down the wrong direction. So, ancient wisdom teaches us that evil is rooted in ignorance. But what is worse than ignorance? The illusion of knowledge. And I have certainly, over my career, 24 years as a qualified doctor, probably 15 years as an activist, I think the last 5 years in particular, I have learned more than ever that the greatest barriers to the truth are psychological. They are not intellectual. And there are 3 key psychological barriers that I'm going to highlight for you now, which I want people to really reflect on, and certainly by the end of the talk, I think we'll have even more resonance with you. The first one is fear. In a state of fear, and we've all felt that during the so-called pandemic, that in a state of fear, it inhibits your ability to engage in critical thinking, and it also makes populations and individuals more compliant to authoritarian-type regimes. The second barrier to the truth is one called willful blindness, when human beings turn a blind eye to the truth in order to feel safe, avoid conflict, reduce anxiety, and to protect prestige and fragile egos. And the third, which really in many ways sums up, I think, the first two, is something that the great professor of psychology, who we are fortunate to have with us here today, Matthias Desmet, describes as mass hypnosis or mass formation. The psychology of totalitarianism. Next slide, hopefully it will work. Okay, so what are we talking about here, right? For me, this is the 1948 definition of health from the World Health Organization, which I think for me is actually the most complete definition that will guide us on the path to achieving health, right? A state of complete mental and physical, social and well-being, not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So the question is, how do we achieve that for individuals, and how do we achieve that for the population? This is, in fact, for me, the most important slide that helps us understand the problem. And if you appreciate and understand this slide, everything else starts to make sense. This is the evidence-based medicine triad. It was, the idea was conceived by Professor David Sackett, the father of the evidence-based medicine movement in 1996, published in the BMJ. So if you look in the middle, we are here to try and improve outcomes for patients, relieve suffering, manage risks, and treat illness. And there are three key inputs: individual clinical expertise, or clinical intuition as a healthcare practitioner, as a doctor, the best available evidence, and last but not least, and this is crucial, taking into consideration individual patient preferences and values. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that if there's a problem with one or more than one of these inputs, at best you're going to have suboptimal outcomes for patients, and at worst you're going to do harm. But the problem is, evidence-based medicine, as many of you know, has become an illusion. It has become hijacked by powerful commercial vested interests. And the degree of that influence of these commercial interests also means that we have created really a pandemic of misinformed doctors and unwittingly and misinformed and harmed patients, okay, as a result of many factors. But there's also one myth we need to address, and Maria kind of alluded to it a little bit earlier. You know, during the pandemic, we heard this phrase from several times from Anthony Fauci, which was trust the science, trust the science. And when I heard that statement, and I said this to Tucker Carlson when he interviewed me for Fox Nation, I said that was one of the most unscientific statements I've ever heard. Because medicine is not an exact science. It's not even close, right? It's an applied science. It's a science of human beings. It's a social science. It's constantly evolving. And this actually was proved correct. David Sackett also said this, and this has been proven to be correct. Half of what you learn in medical school will turn out to be either outdated or dead wrong within 5 years of your graduation. The trouble is nobody can tell you which half, so you have to learn on your own. So the person who I always go to as the Stephen Hawking of medicine is Professor John Ioannidis from Stanford. Professor of medicine, statistics, epidemiology, the most cited medical researcher in the world. And if there's one paper that helps you understand this big issue, and it's very easy to read and it's open access, it's this one. 2017, he published this paper called How to Survive the Medical Misinformation Mess. And he makes a number of points. Okay, the first point is that much published research is not reliable, offers no benefit to patients, and is not useful to decision makers. Now, why this is crucial is 20 to 50% of all healthcare activity in the United States of America is either wasteful, harmful, or brings no benefit to the patient because of the poor quality research that underpins what drives the healthcare system and what is spent in the United States. But why does the system perpetuate? Why does it continue? Because most healthcare professionals are not aware of this problem. Do not expect your doctor to know this. Because if they did know it, this system would have changed for the better a long time ago. I will also get to why they don't know it as well. I'm going to cover that. And then, of course, doctors, we are not trained well to basically evaluate the reliability of clinical evidence. And then last but not least, the information that doctors convey to patients is not accurate and relevant to the patient in many cases. And there is therefore then a lack of true informed consent. And I will give you an example of how in my view, we could progress in informing patients better so they make better decisions for themselves in keeping with the evidence-based medicine triad, and of course, ultimately improve their outcomes. What else did he also say? People find this quite shocking. This is the most cited paper in history, in medical research, which he published in PLOS ONE in 2006, which is why most published research findings are false. And he said, the greater the financial and other interests or prejudices in a given field, the less likely the research findings are to be true. Think about that for a second. He's basically saying the more lucrative the drug, the less likely the published findings on that drug's benefits and harms are likely to be true. I'm sure there's a couple of examples you can already think of. In fact, I'm going to pick two of the biggest, most lucrative pharmacological products in the history of medicine, and then you can decide for yourself just how beneficial these particular drugs are. Now, when I went and spoke on Joe Rogan in 2023, the one interesting topic that seemed to get a lot of attention and went viral was my discussion about the overprescription of statins. For people who are not familiar with that, statins are a drug that have been around since late 80s, early 90s. They are a cholesterol-lowering drug, and they are estimated to be prescribed to between 200 million and 1 billion people globally. So it's very likely either people here are on statins or they certainly know somebody who's taking a statin. So we'll try and break that down, that data. But before we get there, of course, the reason why statins have been such a successful drug, and there are another new cholesterol-lowering drugs on the market, which are being pushed harder than ever by Big Pharma, by the way, right now. So this is the next big area of controversy, to put it politely, is around the cholesterol hypothesis, okay? So most people probably here who aren't necessarily fully informed with the new science are under the impression that high cholesterol is a major risk factor for heart disease, in particular high bad cholesterol. And myself and a number of international scientists in 2016 published a paper in BMJ Open independently of drug industry interest to look at this question about, first and foremost, is high LDL, so-called bad cholesterol, associated with heart disease in people aged over 60? And what did we find? There was no association. The second part of the question, which was more interesting, was we found an inverse association with all-cause mortality. In other words, the higher your cholesterol, and LDL cholesterol, was over 60, statistically, the longer you live. Think about that for a second, okay? That is what we found. Now, that's one bit of research, okay? You've got to look at the totality of evidence. And for me, in this particular area, I do not want to leave any stone unturned. So let's look at other evidence. Well, if you look at populations other than the elderly overall, most people here will be told by their doctor that they have a red flag or be alarmed if they come back with an LDL cholesterol above 3 millimoles per liter. Okay, that's considered a danger zone, right, above 3. So in Denmark, they did the largest study looking at 100,000 participants aged 20 to 100 to try and find the bliss point. After this paper we published in BMJ Open in a separate study, is there a level of LDL cholesterol that is associated with the longest lifespan? Okay, and what did they find? It was between 3.4 and 3.9 millimoles, 3.6 on average, right? You will be told by your doctor still, if your LDL is above 3, you got to lower it, okay? But this doesn't seem to be in keeping with the totality of evidence or certainly independent analysis of the evidence. Now, something else that's thrown in there. I was indoctrinated as a cardiologist and a medical student that the lower your LDL cholesterol, the less you have in terms of heart attacks and strokes, okay? This is almost a mantra that's repeated, okay? For every 1 millimole lowering of LDL cholesterol, you have a 20% risk reduction in cardiovascular events, heart attack, stroke, death, needing an operation. So myself and two cardiologists in BMJ Evidence-Based Medicine decided to publish a systematic review in 2021, and we looked at this question, looking at drug industry-sponsored randomized trials, by the way, 35, which already is a problem because what people don't realize is that most of these drug trials, the drug companies are in control of the data. So what we receive ultimately is summary results of studies that they design, they give to the regulators, which Maria has already alluded to, like the EMA, who get most of their funding in most cases from the drug companies. So there's a big bias here. But let's just take it as gospel truth and just understand that one of the reasons that people are misled is that drug companies' own trials ultimately get deliberately misrepresented to promote their drugs, okay? But what did we find? What is the bottom line? independent analysis, okay? So I've already told you, clearly high cholesterol is not a major risk factor for heart disease, even if it's a minor one or it isn't a risk factor at all. The next question is, does lowering cholesterol make any difference? We found there was no relationship. Let me repeat that. Lowering LDL cholesterol through diet or drugs, and these were very potent drugs that lowered them significantly, there was no consistent relationship with it preventing you having a heart attack, stroke, or death. So when patients come to me as a cardiologist, I tell them that very explicitly, that in my view, lowering your LDL cholesterol is a complete and total waste of time, and it actually may do you harm. Now, what does the population data tell us? We've said statins have been prescribed to millions of people across Europe, right? Because this is a European talk. So this was a study looking at whether the increase in statin prescriptions to millions and millions of people across Europe, did it reduce cardiovascular death rates? Okay, was there a reduction over a 10-year period? And the answer, published in BMJ Open, was no. So this is one of the most lucrative, most effective, by the way, I'm going to break down the data for you in a second, most effective drugs we have used in medicine in the last 3 to 4 decades. And on a population level, it has not been shown to reduce cardiovascular death rates. So the question is why? And there's one actual very simple explanation for this. Does this mean there's complete fraud in all the drug trials? No, not necessarily. It means the data has not been broken down in a way that is useful to policymakers and to patients. So another way of looking at the data, okay, from drug industry-sponsored trials is if you take a statin, and the benefits of statins are higher if you have had a heart attack or stroke, okay, where the benefit for an individual is about 1 in 39, over a 5-year period in preventing a heart attack, and 1 in 83 for mortality, okay? But if you look at that data in a different way, and look at it as a group, and you break down the randomized controlled trials done by the drug industry, how much longer would you expect to live? This is a question sometimes patients ask. You're a 55-year-old guy, you've been unlucky enough to have a heart attack, you've survived your heart attack, you've been put on these pills, these so-called life-saving pills. How much longer would you expect to live on average by taking a statin over a 5-year period? And I ask patients and I ask doctors, and they think 5 years extra, 10 years extra over a 5-year period. What does a drug industry-sponsored trial data tell us? Published in the BMJ, just over 4 days. Over a 5-year period, the median increase in life expectancy. Okay? Information that is not readily available to patients to help them make decisions. Of course, when I told Joe Rogan this, he replied, he said, well, Asim, that could be a really great 4 days. Now, this is the other issue, right? If you look at, and this is me, I'm primarily started off as someone who's an activist on obesity and trying to understand the root cause of the chronic disease pandemic rooted in obesity. And this is another problem, the illusion of protection. Many patients are on statins, and it makes them think, because they've lowered their cholesterol, they can eat what they like. And actually, my hypothesis is the whole theory around LDL cholesterol, which started off really in the 80s and 90s, or even before then, gathered pace with all these cholesterol-lowering drugs, is at the root as a major driver of the whole chronic disease pandemic. So much has revolved around that. The food industry, the low-fat foods, right, proven to lower cholesterol, increase in refined carbohydrates, increase in sugar, based upon this flawed thinking, this flawed hypothesis. And that's why we are where we are. Now, moving on, just to give you another, something that is also relevant to this, which I hadn't fully appreciated as an activist in the public health space until the pandemic happened, is that the real issue that we're dealing with here is what we call metabolic health, okay? There are 5 parameters that are important for people to have optimal metabolic health. And why that's important is metabolic health is really at the root, or poor metabolic health is at the root of many chronic diseases, heart disease, cancer, dementia, and many other diseases. If we sort metabolic health out at the root and we get people's metabolic health optimized, that's about blood pressure, about glucose, it's about your waist circumference, it's about 2 components of the cholesterol profile, and you have that optimized, then we will be in a much better state. And in America, and we're not very far behind in Europe in different countries, only 7% right now of American adults, 7% have optimal metabolic health. Okay, so this is 93% really are not in optimizing health. The good news, however, is we can optimize this very, very easily just from pure lifestyle changes and even from dietary changes alone. And during the pandemic, what emerged is that people who had the worst metabolic health were also more vulnerable to dying from COVID. If you had obesity, you were 9 times more likely to die from COVID. If you had high blood pressure, that was the single biggest factor. You were 34 times, one study done in the United States looking at hospital admissions with people with COVID and deaths from COVID, you were 34 times more likely to suffer serious outcomes from COVID if you had high blood pressure on its own. So metabolic health is the major issue. If we're going to make Europe healthy again, the world, and from a scientific point of view, that's where the priority should be. Okay, moving on. So what is really the way that we can achieve that? I published a paper in BMJ, British Journal of Sports Medicine, with 2 very eminent cardiologists, so it wasn't just the Asim Malhotra show, okay, because of course it's about teamwork and getting other people involved. They were both editors of medical journals, and we co-authored this piece which had a lot of impact. It hit the news, and we basically addressed this issue of dietary saturated fat, which is thought to raise cholesterol. There is no relationship at all, looking at the totality of evidence with heart disease. Lowering it definitely is not a very good option for preventing heart disease. And we put together really this diagram to explain that if we want to prevent heart disease and even potentially reverse heart disease, we focus on a low-carb diet. I picked a low-carb Mediterranean diet because there are anti-inflammatory components of those foods that are likely to be beneficial. Moderate exercise, and we're going to come on to this because this is a big, big problem, is around also managing chronic stress. And if we do that, we are likely going to see probably a massive reduction in coronary artery disease across the world. But we're not doing it because the main focus from guideline bodies and from government bodies, medical organizations, is not to focus on effective dietary changes, but to take a statin, or to take a blood pressure pill, or to take something to manage your type 2 diabetes. Drugs, by the way, which do not benefit the overwhelming majority of people that are taking them. As I've said to you before, you know, if you look at statins, people at low risk of heart disease, there is at best a 1% chance it's going to prevent you having a heart attack or stroke over the next 5 years. That's if you don't get side effects. Because the drug trials were designed in a way to weed out people with side effects that weren't then ultimately reported in the final results. And of course, we can make those changes very, very quickly in terms of dietary change. This is just one example of a patient, of somebody who's, you know, follows me on social media, how just with it, and this is something I do on a regular basis. This is something that many doctors in this space do on a very regular basis. We see extraordinary impact of these on these patients who've been on pills for years. Just within the space of 6 weeks to 3 months, they're able to come off their medications, they're able to get their blood pressure normalized, they're able to send their type 2 diabetes into remission. So we have good enough evidence that needs to be implemented into practice. The problem is, of course, these simple, relatively simple lifestyle changes, okay, do not have a marketing machine behind them. They don't have a product to sell, right? This is the other myth that needs to be addressed here. You know, when you look at modern medicine over the last, 150 years or so, its contribution to increasing life expectancy has been relatively small. Probably in the last 150 years, we've added 40 years to our life expectancy. Okay, in 1850, the average life expectancy in the Western world was 40 years old. It's now around 80. And when you ask public health students about it, they think 80% of that increase in life expectancy is because of modern medicine. So where are they getting this idea from? The actual truth is probably about 10%. Maybe 3 to 5 years of our increase in life expectancy has been because of modern medicine, because of the, as Anthony Fauci says, the science. No, it's about things that have happened in public health: safe drinking water, better sanitation, seatbelts in cars, better nutrition in terms of, nutritional quality to stop nutritional deficiencies that lead to immune dysfunction. These better housing, right? These are the basics that we need for a healthy society that we need to remember. Very briefly, just because it's an interesting topic of mine and my area of research, and the next phase, I think, that needs to be looked into, most cardiologists will not think or believe that it's possible to reverse heart disease. There is some data, actually, where this is possible. It's not the highest quality level of data, but it showed that this can happen, and that was in India. And a cardiologist in India for the last 20, 25 years has been taking patients with severe heart disease who didn't want to have a bypass operation, they didn't want to have a stent procedure, and he put them on a healthy lifestyle plan. And that lifestyle plan consisted, because they were devout Hindus, of a high-fiber vegetarian diet, of 2 30-minute brisk walks a day, and something called Raj Yoga meditation for 40 minutes, okay? Now, Raj Yoga meditation, interestingly, isn't just about breath work or meditating. It was actually a mindset change. about getting members of the people that had heart disease, of their family into this ashram for 7 days, sitting down with them and going to the roots of what was driving their anger, okay? What was really the problem? What was the issue? And trying to get them to think differently. Anyway, 2 years later, after starting this lifestyle plan, he published his data. They had repeat angiograms, and extraordinarily, and this is unheard of, and I had to go and see it to believe it. I went to India to see the patients, to see the angiograms. In the people who had adhered to the lifestyle change, there was an average reduction in their blockages of 20%. A 70% narrowing became 50. A 50% narrowing became 30. And it's like, how is this even possible? He did a multivariate analysis, so he tried to figure out, what was it? Was it the diet? Was it the moderate exercise? Or was it something else? And the only independent factor that showed reversal of coronary artery disease was 40 minutes of Raj Yoga meditation a day. Heart disease is not fixed. It is a chronic inflammatory process. That's what I've highlighted in my papers, which means it's a dynamic and it can change. So how do you explain that scientifically? We didn't have the good enough scientific data to explain that. But what I can tell you on a population level, if you are under chronic stress to a large degree, which probably most of us here maybe are, it's the equivalent when it comes to heart disease of smoking 20 cigarettes a day. So if you can switch that off, it means the body's natural mechanisms with everything else can probably start some kind of healing process in the arteries. And we have data, this is published in the Lancet, and it shows that there are different mechanisms, several different mechanisms how chronic stress can drive heart disease. One is what we call through sympathetic overactivation. People can appreciate that. Your blood pressure goes up, heart rate goes up, etc., and that can drive disease itself. But what it also does, it promotes chronic inflammation. And that is at the heart of how heart disease develops. So we know now that people who have higher levels of subjective emotional stress, measured objectively with surveys, have been linked to higher markers of inflammation in the blood. And of course, they then showed in this study that it also worsened outcomes. So we've got some good enough data now to explain how chronic stress can cause heart disease, but it is reversible. Okay, moving forward. How do we sort this whole situation out? So I remember seeing a patient in 2015 that came to see me, and there's a guy who was an airline pilot. He had a heart attack. He was put on lots of medications, including statin drugs, and he started to feel terrible within several months of taking these pills. He had followed government advice. He was a good guy, right? He was following the low-fat diet, right? He was running. He was doing loads of exercise, okay? But he kept gaining weight. And then he had a heart attack in his 50s, and he thought, how has this happened? And he started to do his own research. He couldn't fly anymore as a pilot, but he was a mathematician by background. So he started to actually look into the research papers. He came across my work, and he decided he was going to change his lifestyle. So he cut out all the carbs. He went on a low-carb Mediterranean diet. He looked at he had erectile dysfunction, he had brain fog, he had muscle pain, and he realized it could have been the statin. So he started coming off all his pills. He changed his diet. Within 3 months, he'd lost 3 stone. He never felt better off all his pills. And then he came to see me, and it was strange. He'd already done this himself, and he thought, I should have some humility here. Maybe I'm not doing the right thing, although I feel great. But I trust Aseem Malhotra, so I'm going to go and see him privately. And he came to see me, and his guy walks in. He tells me a story that he had a heart attack, he had a stent, he survived it. And he said to me, I'm not sure about the next thing I'm going to do. I stopped all my pills, and that was a little bit of a shock. I want to do Ironman next year. Can I do Ironman? Can I run, do all of this, run whatever it is, 28 miles and swim 100 miles or whatever it is? And I thought this was extraordinary. And he's doing really, really well. And his name is Tony Royal. And this is in 2022, and I'm in constant touch with him. And this gives you an example of what can be achieved from the most extreme side of the situation. A guy that has, through informed consent, stopped all his pills, okay, and is doing really, really well. And I wrote this up in a journal, and basically this case study, and we said that actually when patients are fully informed, that this is an example, they tend to choose less treatments. And they're given alternatives. And that, in the NHS in the UK, extrapolated, could actually save the National Health Service billions just from informed consent. Think about that for a second. Of course, when patients are fully informed, they choose less treatments. And we published this, and of course, it got a lot of attention. There was some pushback, of course, which I'll come on to. But that was the front page of the Daily Express, ditch the pill, beat heart disease, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Next example. So I've given you an example of statins and the limitations, of course, okay, and what can happen if people have alternatives to taking statin pills. The other issue to discuss very, very briefly, I'm not going to go into a lot of depth on it because I know Robert will probably speak a little bit more than me about it, but I got involved in this situation around the COVID mRNA vaccine. Long story short, I trusted that it was a vaccine. I didn't obviously have any idea this was a novel therapy at the beginning. I took 2 doses myself, in part coercion by my father, who was very concerned I would get COVID and die. And then I went on Good Morning Britain to help promote and support tackle vaccine hesitancy amongst high risk. At no point from the beginning did I even feel that people at low risk needed it, because I'd done all the analysis and knew that people at low risk, people who were younger, were not at risk of COVID. But I felt there may be some benefit for people who are older. And then 6 months later, my father, who was a vice president of the British Medical Association, suffered an unexpected cardiac arrest and died. And then I ultimately came to the conclusion from his post-mortem findings and later research that this was linked to the COVID vaccine. I published this paper in 2022 in the Journal of Insulin Resistance. It's a 2-part one. It's very extensive. I explained everything with the COVID vaccine up to that point, calling for it to be paused, but also I explained how we had got the situation so badly wrong because of structural failures in the system. And the first person to call me after I published this, and it went on GB News as I came out of the studio, and I don't know if he knows this, but the person that gave him his number was actually Robert Malone, and it was Bobby Kennedy Jr. And it was a phone call from him, and I thought, and he said, Asim, it's Robert Kennedy Jr. here. I just want to thank you for your courage. And that's how we started our friendship and relationship, of course, and then obviously things moved on from there. And then we moved forward to just a few months ago, right, from influence from many people in this space, and thank God, is that, there was an announcement that made the news that he had basically stopped $500 million worth of investments in mRNA vaccine development in the United States. And there had been an analysis done separately within HHS from an organization called BARDA. And I was curious, and I was looking at the, because this was kind of like, it came a little bit out of the blue. I was very happy to hear this, of course. But exactly, how they come to this decision. And one of the chief medical officers within HHS is a guy called Stephen Hadfield. And he went on Steve Bannon's Steve Bannon's show, and I relayed this information at the Reform Party conference as well, which we'll come on to. And this is what he said. He said, the side effects of this gene therapy were so enormous and progressive, it was difficult to fathom. The millions of molecules of mRNA entering the cell is creating biochemical havoc. It's disrupting protein metabolism. It's interfering with tumor suppressor genes. It had to be stopped. In other words, there was a suggestion from this that it could be, let me be very careful with my words here, it could be causing cancer. And of course, this is something I've been hearing for a while from other scientists around the world, including Angus Dalgleish, who is probably Britain's most eminent oncologist. So that, of course, was a really big moment, and I think we must congratulate Robert Kennedy Jr. for really getting this passed, because I think it's a huge achievement. A lot of people in this space for the last few years have been very, very concerned with the ongoing use and promotion of this particular technology. But we fast forward, right? Only last week, the President of the United States, President Trump, okay, he had I've been following his health quite carefully, with interest in the last few years, and he is in remarkable shape, let's be honest, for his age. His cardiovascular health is excellent, okay? He doesn't have any evidence of cardiovascular disease. And they published this, the White House and from the physician to the president published this statement where basically they talked about him being excellent health. But also they mentioned that President Trump also received preventative health screenings and immunization, including annual influenza and updated COVID-19 booster vaccinations. So what's happening there? How does one explain that? Okay, now, my view is this. First and foremost was the president fully informed? And if you look at the data on the COVID vaccines and boosters, in people who are highest risk, and this came out of the UK HSA data in 2024, if you're at highest risk, and these are people over 90, so higher risk than President Trump, okay, the benefit of taking the COVID vaccine over a 6-month period and preventing you being hospitalized with severe COVID is 1 in 7,000. You have to vaccinate 7,000 people. When you start getting to younger age groups, you go into tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, to millions of people needing to be vaccinated, okay, to prevent a hospitalization for severe COVID, versus a serious harm rate of at least 1 in 800. The original trial data reanalyzed Pfizer and Moderna by Joseph Freyman and colleagues, published in the journal Vaccine, revealed at the very beginning you were 2 to 4 times more likely to suffer a serious adverse event than to be hospitalized with COVID, which in my view is an indication and evidence to suggest this should never have been injected in a single human being in the first place. Now, President Trump is also taking statins. He's on two cholesterol-lowering drugs, including statins. This man does not have any cardiovascular disease. So I looked up the evidence on this because I know it inside out. If you're over 75 and you have no cardiovascular disease, the benefit of statin is, are you ready? 1 in 446. You have to give the statin to 446 people to prevent 1 cardiovascular event. In other words, no significant benefit. And what does it also come with? Side effects. Okay, the most common ones: fatigue, muscle pain. It can cause brain fog. Now, I know that President Trump is a remarkable man for his age, but there have been reports, okay, probably exaggerated by some sort of devious press for sure, but I know people who are close to him that have been reports, and of course he's doing a tremendous job and maybe only sleeping 4 hours a night, and that may be part of it too. But it could also be that he's slowing down a little bit because of his statin. And therefore I went public with this and said, one of the things that needs to happen, I think, is that President Trump could go on a trial off his statins, off his aspirin, he doesn't need that either, and probably within a few weeks is going to feel great. So what's really happening here? I explained this, and I think Matthias Desmet does it very eloquently as well, is that the system itself is almost bigger than any individual in terms of its indoctrination. And the system we're dealing with really is one of crony capitalism. It is not a free market, it is a freedom to deceive market. Okay? The free market principles of Adam Smith dictates or tells us that markets function best on perfect information. But what do we have? We have a freedom to deceive, a freedom to manipulate, a freedom to exploit, and a freedom to dominate market. So ultimately, you know, I think President Trump, I think he genuinely took the booster. I don't think that this is a front. I think he believes in what is happening. He himself, unfortunately, is also a victim of medical misinformation. So how do we actually sort this out at a population level? We have to break down, I said to you before that modern medicine has a role to play. It's very effective in acute illnesses and acute treatment, but it is not really the be-all and end-all in how we make populations healthier. Okay, so what is really at the root? What is the basis of good health? And the CDC's health impact triangle model actually tells us socioeconomic factors. But what does that actually mean? And of course, after that, it's the environment. Okay, so this is really a combination of biological, social, and environmental and psychological factors. Our biological state as individuals is a direct result to social and environmental factors, and probably starting with chronic stress at the heart of it all. Right? That's what really makes our health. Basics, right? Healthy food, growing up in safe environments, having security, financial security, all of these things. What are the building blocks of a healthy society? That's what we have to come back to and understand. That is also the solution to moving forward. And of course, you know, Michael Marmer is the guru behind this research. Professor Michael Marmer, on the so-called, what we call the social determinants of health. So these are the conditions in which we are born, live, grow, work, and age, and the drivers of those conditions. And he actually also says that a poor quality or stressful job can be more damaging to health than being unemployed. Right? So it's not just when politicians come out and say we're going to create more jobs, the first question should be asked is, what kind of job are we talking about here? Is it a job that is giving you a fair pay that allows you to even have the basic needs met so you can have a healthy life? This is the discussions that we need to be having now moving forward. And then what is going on at the root? What is a hindrance? What is a driver that is a barrier to us getting there, okay? The commercial determinants of health is defined in public health as strategies and approaches adopted by the private sector to promote products and choices that are damaging or detrimental to health. Think about that for a second. So deliberately getting us, these are engineered addictions designed to manipulate the masses for commercial gain. And this even includes the food environment, right? Adulteration of foods to get us addicted, right? And then what they do is, when people get addicted to sugar, for example, or ultra-processed food, and they're putting on weight, there's a propaganda machine that takes place. It's not about the diet, it's because you're lazy. It's because you're not exercising enough. Where did that narrative come from? It came from Coca-Cola, it came from McDonald's. Right? That's part of the propaganda machine, to deflect from the true culprits who are driving this problem. And how do big corporations exert their power to control and influence the way we think and control the narrative? They do it through several mechanisms, okay? They can influence the political environment. We've seen that throughout the pandemic, of course, okay? Policies, of course, that were absolutely unethical and draconian when it came to, for example, mandates for the COVID vaccine. They can preference shaping. You know, they have an influence over the media. You know, it was Malcolm X that said the media is the most powerful entity on earth. It can make the innocent look guilty and the guilty look innocent. So if they have control over how we think and what we do, this is how it also ultimately affects our mental and physical and social well-being. Capture the knowledge environment. University research for medical studies, it used to, you know, if you go back pre-80s, most of it came from public funding. It was less corruptible. Doesn't mean it was perfect science. It was always going to be flawed, but less corruptible commercial influence. Most of the funding now, when it comes to medical research, comes from the drug companies. But I'm going to come on to exactly how they operate and why they operate in the way they do in a second. Because they may not be bad entities, right? They may not be, but I will give you that diagnosis shortly. Then they have the legal environment. You know, they can influence the law to suit their aims, so that they basically, you know, what's this issue about limited liability? Why do we have that? We had that with vaccine manufacturers. We had it with COVID, that if people got vaccine injured, those companies who come up with this novel technology were not therefore liable. This is not ethical, and it is not democratic. So what they are doing is they are introducing and manipulating and perpetuating unethical, unscientific laws that then ultimately need to be overcome or changed to tackle the structural drivers of these problems. And then, of course, they have something called extra-legal environment. That's called opposition fragmentation. So they want to keep the conflict latent. They do not want this conversation to be taking place right now in the European Parliament. They do not want this to be happening because we are exposing the truth. They want to keep the conflict latent. They want to keep it hidden. And what do? They engage in tactics to smear and character assassinate the types of people who are exposing this. And as Noam Chomsky says, the general population don't know what's happening, and they don't even know that they don't know. So the solution is to really elevate the greater truth. That's how you change hearts and minds. Now, how bad are we? Coming to the end of the talk now. You're pleased to know. There's lots more to hear. But how do we diagnose this problem? This is something I came up with. But just to give you an example, so I've said this at talks before, but I can't, you know, not repeat it again because it's so extraordinary. The Vioxx scandal, essentially, Merck were fined almost $1 billion in 2011 for fraud committed during the rollout of and marketing of the drug Vioxx, which was an anti-inflammatory drug that was put out in the 90s, thought to be better than ibuprofen, and ultimately it was found they committed fraud, and it was found to increase cardiovascular risk 2 to 4-fold, responsible for the deaths of probably at least 60,000 Americans. And when the litigation was taking place, and John Abramson in this picture on the opposite of Joe Rogan, who's a Harvard doctor, been involved in the litigation process, internal emails were released amongst Merck executives, and the chief scientist of Merck basically alluded to in one email, when the drug was being marketed, they basically knew. It's a shame about the cardiovascular effect of this drug, but the drug will do well, and we will do well. This is before 60,000 Americans were killed. Now, what do you call that kind of behavior? Any sort of thoughts? All right? People can call it bad, evil, whatever, right? I think this is a good definition or diagnosis of psychopathic. Now, in the book, The Corporation, if you haven't read, I trust you to please read it, and also read The New Corporation more recently, which also talks about the World Economic Forum, by Joel Bakan, law professor. And in The Corporation, Robert Hare is a forensic psychologist who was behind the original DSM International Criteria for Psychopathy. And he says, big corporations, not individuals, as legal entities, in the way they conduct their business, fulfill the criteria for psychopathy. Callous unconcern for the safety of others, incapacity to experience guilt, repeated lying, and conning others for profit. Does this sound familiar? Yeah, it sounds familiar, doesn't it? So I've come up with this new term as a derivation of the commercial terms of health, which was actually referenced by Richard Horton in The Lancet, who came to one of my lectures, called the psychopathic drivers of health, ill health. This, for me, is really at the heart and the root of the problem. And, you know, what happened with Vioxx and Merck is that what was interesting is when the FDA wrote to Merck and told them to put a black box warning when they knew there was a cardiovascular risk, what did Merck do? They doubled down on their marketing and delayed the black box warning happening. And they gave large sums of money to the New England Journal of Medicine, to basically just, promote this product even further. So this is what they do. And for me, I diagnosed it as psychopathic. By the summer of 2021, it was becoming clear through most people across the world, and certainly in Europe, that the Pfizer vaccine, so-called vaccine, was not giving any sustainable protection from infection. I think that's fair to say. And then we also knew there were serious harms emerging. But what did Pfizer do at that time? They started lobbying for mandates. Think about that for a second. You've got your product out. It now starts becoming apparent that it's not having a significant effect that people would have hoped for, and it's causing deaths and serious harm. This is when we push for mandates. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if that isn't psychopathic, I don't know what is. I really don't know what is. So, how do we, this is a mountain we need to move, okay? We've got this corporate capture of medicine and public health, the capture of medical knowledge, and this is something called the triangle that moves a mountain. How do we move this so-called immovable object? Okay, this is a concept that came from Thailand. There are three components: create the relevant knowledge, the greater truth, the totality of evidence, and then we have to disseminate it. And the dissemination can happen through the social movement, and that can happen through legacy media, but more challenging, of course, because legacy media has been captured to a large degree by corporations. We have alternative media as well. And that's having a huge impact. And I have no doubt it played a massive role in the election by a clear margin of President Donald Trump in the United States because of the likes of Joe Rogan, because of the likes of Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and all the alternative media, because people have an appetite to listen to people who are genuinely speaking a truth from a place of integrity. And there are many people out there, many people in this room, who are so obsessed and so courageous and want to get that out, that has such a powerful effect. Matthias Desmet talks about it as a kind of resonance, right? This is part of our solution. So we've got that other mechanism. And of course, last but not least, we need to engage the policymakers. We need to engage the politicians because they have the power over these unjust, unscientific, and unethical laws to change them. And I will give you at least one or two things that we can do. But we also need to appreciate the challenges, all of us, right? No one is immune to being attacked here. And one of the lessons of public health advocacy, okay, is that as evidence changes, this is from Simon Chapman, who was behind he talks about his 38-year career in tobacco control and public health advocacy. And he says this, and this is part of the problem also with where we are right now. He says, careers are often built on a lifetime commitment to a particular phase of evidence, but if the evidence changes, it is absolutely critical for public trust in the integrity of public health that we acknowledge that the facts have changed, and accordingly that we have changed our minds too. Right? As evidence changes, we have to, as doctors in the profession, say things have changed because that maintains the trust. If we stick to old evidence when people are getting vaccine injured and they're not talking about it, then the trust declines. But also he says this, you have to grow a rhinoceros hide, okay, a thick skin, because as soon as your work threatens an industry or an ideological cabal, you will be attacked, sometimes unrelentingly and viciously. In 2019, the Mail on Sunday newspaper, when I spoke in the British Parliament about type 2 diabetes reversal and about transparency in the prescriptions of statins, did a front page article attacking me and two other doctors, basically saying, this is one of the most impactful newspapers in the country, saying there is a special place in hell for the doctors who claim statins don't work. And there was a picture of myself and two other people. As a result of the article, I lost my NHS job. I couldn't get it back. I carried on my campaigning, of course. And ultimately, the Mail on Sunday was sued by the two other people. I didn't get involved in it. My mum had just died. I thought I'd carry on with my campaigning and just take the hit on the chin and carry on my campaigning. And the two other people, Zoe Harcum and Malcolm Kendrick GP, they won their libel case last year, and they were paid hundreds of thousands in damages. Okay, and that's a great result. For me, it was a moral victory. But these are the kind of things that can happen. And I thought maybe this now, they would be a little bit, the media may be a little bit more wary of defaming Dr. Aseem Malhotra, okay? But no, it really ramped up recently when I went and spoke at the Reform Party conference and relayed a lot of the information I relayed for you here today about psychopathic determinants of health and the COVID vaccine. And I was described in the British Parliament by the Prime Minister, okay, who made factually incorrect statements and misled Parliament, who suggested that I had linked all vaccines to cancer when I was conveying the information of Britain's most eminent oncologist, and essentially calling me a dangerous extremist, a conspiracy theorist, spreading poisonous lies out from the Secretary of State for Health. So for the last few weeks, it's been an interesting time for me. But I thought, you know what? You know, I always remember the words of Martin Luther King, right? He said, if you can't fly, you drive. If you can't drive, you run. If you can't run, you walk. If you can't walk, you crawl. But keep moving forward. So what do we have in our armory to come out? Because one of the accusations proposed against me and other people, including Robert Kennedy Jr., is when we're talking about greater transparency, they are throwing it on us, saying that we are fueling distrust in the establishment. We are the reason why measles and whooping cough is going up and why the other traditional vaccines are going down. But that is not true. So we came back. And the first thing is, and this is extraordinary that this happened. There was an article in the British Medical Journal based upon me and the fact that doctors were complaining, some senior doctors were complaining that I should essentially have my medical license stripped. And there was an article in the BMJ literally about me. And BMJ have this process called rapid response, where everyone can write in and they can publish a response. Can you imagine? For 4 weeks, I'd sent a response in, an article about me, and I had no right of reply. It's like that you're under trial, you're being accused of something, and you're not allowed to give a defense. But eventually, good on the BMJ, they published and they looked at it and they went back and forth, their own internal peer review, if you like, to look at, and if you look it up, the letter, it is extraordinary what they published, which they haven't published before. People were shocked. They published the fact that I'd said what Stephen Hatfield said, why the vaccine had been, you know, the investments in mRNA technology had happened in the US. They published that I wrote that there was a mechanism of published data showing how it's possible the COVID vaccine could cause cancer. But I also said this. I also said that because the barriers to the truth are psychological, and eventually we will get to a greater truth from a complete independent analysis, and if it shows, like we believe to be true, that this vaccine was going to cause more harm than good from the beginning, the barrier to the truth will be psychological, and we have to have compassion for the fallout, because one of the reactions right now to this message is cognitive dissonance, people doubling down on their prior belief systems. And then I had to also hit back because the Secretary of State for Health, who also, indirectly, I believe, had contacted my employer, which I think is not apparently proper, to try and get my employer to put pressure on them to release me. He had also defamed me. I'm all for constructive dialogue, but at the moment, I'm in consideration of whether I also take legal action against the Secretary of State for Health for defamation and sue him. I'm not saying I'm doing that, but I had to get my message out there, at the very least, to get the thing across. And then with the brilliant Andrea Nazarenko, who, in my view, is one of the most upcoming, brilliant academic psychologists in the United States, who's here with us today, we published a paper in a journal in America that started by James Lyons, and we managed to get it peer-reviewed and get it out quickly to really set the record straight. It is a COVID mandates and lack of transparency in COVID-19 vaccine safety that has fueled the distrust, and it's time for an apology. It's a time for an apology from governments and medical bodies that impose these draconian measures on people. Okay, it's a start. Of course, there needs to be accountability. But the first thing they need to do, when you make a medical mistake, we are taught this. We don't do it very well as doctors, but the best doctors do this. You acknowledge the mistake that's been made. You apologize. You offer compensation if need be. But more importantly, what patients want, they want to make sure that whatever happened to them doesn't happen to anybody else again. And that's what we need more than ever. So we published this, and I thought, you know what? We have to make the injustice visible. Right? That was Gandhi's philosophy. If you want to create a revolution, make the injustice visible, because most people are intrinsically good. They want the truth and they hate injustice. So we managed to get it into mainstream. Daily Mail USA, which is the most read online health newspaper in the world, published our study. It went on MSN News. It's hit Australian mainstream news. We've started, hopefully, to shift the paradigm further forward. So just finishing up now, right? Yeah. So just, thank you. So just finishing up, right? Let me repeat this again and again and again. If we want to make Europe healthy again, want to make America healthy again, corporate power must be a public health priority. I'm for a free market, but I'm not for a freedom to deceive market, okay? And it's ultimately self-destructive. And then what can we do? One simple thing, if you can take away from this, we will not improve the healthcare system and improve people's health until we correct commercial distortions of the scientific evidence. There's a wealth of data going back decades of most of the top 10 drug companies committing fraud and ultimately harming millions, if not killing millions of people over the years, okay? And they've been fined billions and billions of dollars, but nothing changed in the system. Nobody went to jail. Nothing changed in the system to stop them committing those crimes again. For them, it's a cost of business. So one of the things, that, if there's just one thing to take away from this, is that from now on, a policy should be implemented that drug companies can develop drugs, but they should no longer be allowed to test them themselves, right? They hold on, they design the studies, they hold on to the data, they give the summary results to the regulator, they pay the regulator, and then we are getting biased information on their safety and benefits. No more. Not acceptable. That has to stop. And of course, we have to think about what does it also mean to be human? How do we get back to a state of understanding what does true health mean? And of course, these are primarily starts off with psychological, right? This is not being, part of this corporatized system is it's made us all much more materialistic. We place more value on material goods, on objects than we do on human beings. We place more value on image, status, and power than we do on lifelong learning, on interconnections with each other. That's what makes us human. That's what gives us more likely to have sustainable, good mental health, right? We have to think about that. But it also means acting from a place of virtue and speaking what we believe our authentic truths. Freedom of speech is so important, right? Because we don't get to a greater truth unless we listen to everybody. That means no censorship, even if we disagree with them. We have to go into conversations thinking that we could be wrong, right? So really, it comes from also being, humble. It's about humility. So courage is the most important virtue of all these virtues. So I'll just finish with this quote, which I read recently, which I've not used before, but I think it just helps epitomize where we need to get back to, okay? And this, I think, is from Confucius. Where there is righteousness of the heart, there is beauty in the character. Where there is beauty in the character, there is harmony in the home. Where there is harmony in the home, there is order in the nation. And where there is order in the nation, there is peace in the world. And as Mandela said, peace is not the absence of conflict. It is creating conditions where everybody can flourish. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Dr. Robert Malone, physician and mRNA pioneer, and recently he got elected to be one of the ACIP members in the United States of America. Dr. Robert Malone, thank you so much for the hard work you're doing. Thank you so much to Dr. Jill Malone. Thank you so much. I know you work non-stop. Thank you, thank you. I wonder, with all the travels you are doing, if you know in which time zone you are in, because we really know you go crisscross. And thank you again for being part of this MEHA launch. It means a lot to us. Thank you. Dear Robert.
Thanks, Maria. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I hesitate to even follow that powerful presentation. Mine is perhaps less philosophical and more pragmatic. I was asked by the organizers to help bring to you information and perspective about what we're experiencing in the United States within the Make America Healthy Again movement. So the title, The MEHA and MEHA Movements, A View from Across the Atlantic. For members of the press or others unfamiliar with my qualifications, I'm a U.S. licensed physician and a well-qualified medical scientist trained at the University of California, the Salk Institute, and both Northwestern and Harvard medical schools. I've experience and expertise in vaccine development, immunology, biochemistry, molecular biology, clinical research, and regulatory affairs. I was the original inventor of manufacturing, delivering, and using synthetic mRNA as a drug, including for vaccine purposes, when I was 28. Okay, so for those that are going to assert that I'm a mass murderer, forgive me, I was only 28. I currently serve as a medical advisor to MEHA Action and as co-chairperson of the CDC Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, appointed by Secretary Kennedy. My primary purpose here is to brief the meeting about Make America Healthy Again initiatives, including the ongoing reforms at the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, otherwise known as the CDC, and in particular the CDC Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, otherwise known as ACIP. I'm not here to advise or even to pretend to fully understand European politics or the Make Europe Healthy Again movement. My hope is that the progress being made by the grassroots bipartisan MEHA movement in the United States can provide examples which may be useful to the MEHA movement in Europe. Now, my caveat that I have to say here now, because I am officially a government employee. My opinions expressed here are my own and do not necessarily represent those of the U.S. government, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and or the CDC Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. So we can have that clear. Starting off, focusing on medical ethics and the principle of subsidiarity, something that Americans rarely hear about. I hope and trust that you share my strong support for both individual informed consent as defined by the Nuremberg Accords and the Helsinki Agreement, as well as the principle of subsidiarity enshrined in Article 5, Section 3 of the Treaty of the European Union, or TEU. In my opinion, in medical treatment matters, the patient is the lowest effective level of governance, for if we're not allowed to govern our own bodies and what medical treatments we accept, then there can be no personal freedom and there can be no proportionality. The cornerstone of this ethical structure is the principle of patient-informed consent, which were widely violated during COVID. In a free society, citizens must have the freedom to decide what medical procedures they wish to accept for themselves and their children. They must be provided complete, transparent access to the full spectrum of information concerning risks and benefits of a procedure, including vaccination. And they must be allowed to choose whether to accept a medical procedure, whether or not it is experimental, without being subjected to coercion, compulsion, or enticement. This is the bedrock of 20th century bioethics. I'm afraid that in modern 21st century, utilitarian bioethics are taking a different tact. But I'm an old school 20th century guy. The interests of the collective society should not outweigh the rights of the individual to bodily autonomy. The principle of subsidiarity was introduced in the Maastricht Treaty of 1992 and reinforced in the 2009 Lisbon Treaty to balance EU integration with national sovereignty due to ongoing bureaucratic competence creep, which is eerily similar to the mission creep seen with the CDC and many other U.S. federal agencies. More about this later. As a reminder, this brilliant foundational document of the Treaty on European in Article 5, Section 3 states that under the principle of subsidiarity, in areas that do not fall within its exclusive competence, the Union shall act only and insofar as the objectives of the proposed action cannot be sufficiently achieved by the member states, either at central level or at regional and local level, but can rather, by reason of the scale or effects of the proposed action, be better achieved at union level. Obviously, we're talking about this building that we're in, and particularly the European Council. The institutions of the Union shall apply the principle of subsidiarity, as laid down in the protocol on the application of the principles of subsidiarity and proportionality. National parliaments ensure effective implementation of the principle of subsidiarity through the procedures set out in that protocol. In my opinion, the current European Council appears to be routinely violating this central principle. The bizarrely counterproductive decisions centrally made and then forced on EU member states and citizens in the name of, quote, public health during COVID illustrate the consequences of permitting routine violations to Article 5, Section 3. The toll in economic and social damage, sickness, death, and loss of faith and legitimacy for public health and the healing professions is profound and cannot be easily repaired. Consequent to this heavy-handed mismanagement, we now face a similar crisis in confidence in public health and medical caregiver confidence legitimacy in the United States. We got the same problem. Only we don't have the principle of subsidiarity written into our Constitution, so you're one up on us on that. The big difference in the political climate and affairs between the U.S. and the European Union is the outcome of the recent leadership elections, as you all well know. You have Ursula von der Leyen. I've heard other ways of expressing her name. And we have Donald Trump and his close ally, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy share a deep, long-standing commitment to the overall health of the citizens that they serve, and in particular to America's children. With all of the rhetoric and weaponized hate currently deployed against both of these transformational leaders, what is often overlooked is they are unified in their commitment to a better future for our children. It is long past time for this political, social, and governmental commitment. As the President has often pointed out, data demonstrate that if nothing is done, America's children will live shorter, sicker lives than those of their parents. So let's talk about what was done about that in the new administration of President Trump and Secretary Kennedy. The MEHA Commission. To understand and fix this situation, the President has launched an all-of-government response, in some ways similar to what he did for COVID with Operation Warp Speed. That's a fact. And has put Secretary Kennedy in charge of this new initiative. It's called the MEHA Commission. All-of-government response to making America healthy again. The Presidential Make America Healthy Again Commission was established by executive order in February of 2025, shortly after Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s confirmation as HHS Secretary. Chaired by Kennedy, the 14-member commission includes leaders from HHS, USDA, EPA, NIH, FDA, and other agencies. Its mission focuses on addressing the chronic childhood disease epidemic, ergo obesity, diabetes, autism, mental health disorders, by identifying root causes like poor diet, environmental toxins, over-medicalization, and inactivity. There has never, in the history of the United States, been such a candid and comprehensive response to a public health crisis. So what's come of it? Remember, it's only been less than a year. So far, the Commission has released two key reports. The first was essentially a threat assessment. In May 2025, the Make Our Children Healthy Again assessment was published, a 72-page analysis representing all of government consensus. You know what that means. There were compromises. Identifying a wide range of factors driving the decline in children's health, such as ultra-processed foods, chemical exposures, chronic stress, and unnecessary medications. It outlined 10 initial research initiatives and called for federal restructuring the federal government to advance the interests of public health and the health of our children. The second document that was released this last September was an action plan. What are we going to do about it? Make Our Children Healthy Again strategy was published. This is a comprehensive plan of action with over 120 initiatives emphasizing executive actions to promote nutrition, reduce toxins, enhance transparency, and realign incentives. Very much relating to what Asim is talking about. Incentives drive policy. To guide implementation of these actions, it's proposed that there will be a new agency created within the US HHS called the Administration for a Healthy America. This strategy, so I'm going to now talk about the details of what the US government is actually doing. Not to lord it over you, but rather to give you some information and ideas and examples. This can be done. It is being done in the United States. It can be done in Europe with a European emphasis and a European flavor. My big message here is don't give up hope, folks. You've had a setback, but in the long run, I'm convinced we're going to win. So let's plan for winning, okay? So, I got so much stuff I got to jam through. It's even worse than Asim. I appreciate the applause, but it's not necessary. In the area of nutrition and food policy, okay, so there are multiple what they're calling pillars to this policy and this action plan. Nutrition and food policy. Revamp dietary guidelines for Americans to prioritize whole foods, limit ultra-processed items, and ban synthetic dyes. Those are already in progress. Remove restrictions on whole milk in schools. You would think, what's the deal with whole milk? There's a whole policy. Oh no, we can't have whole milk. Recognize that Secretary Kennedy and the President are taking on the most powerful entrenched interests in the American economy, and they're not just doing them one at a time. They're taking them all on at the same time. It's incredible to watch. You're talking about courage. The courage to take this on blows my mind. Remove restrictions on whole milk in schools. Encourage states to waive what we call SNAP, Special Assistance in Nutrition Benefits, for sugary drinks and candy. You would think that this would be self-evident. The government shouldn't be paying for Coca-Cola to be given to little kids at school that's all full of sugar. But that means you have to take on Coca-Cola, which is one of the most powerful organizations in the world, and you have to take on the sugar lobby, okay? By the way, Coca-Cola was the one behind the attacks that Joe Rogan got on Spotify for allowing me to speak, okay? If that doesn't twist your mind, I don't know what will. Nutrition and food policy. Define and label ultra-processed foods. Thank you. Just so we know, this is disclosure. Improve school and military meal standards. More fresh produce. Promote low-carb, whole food diets in guidelines and education. Listen to the cardiologists. For the environmental toxins and chemicals pillar, phase out petroleum-based synthetic food dyes. Oh my God. Review generally recognized as safe food additives that maybe aren't so safe after all. Assess and reduce pesticide exposure, glyphosate and atrazine. That's a big deal for us in the United States. You all have already done that in Europe. Pat yourself on the back. Well, okay, depends on which part of Europe, but trust me, it can be worse. Via EP reviews. Unfortunately, this is the one area that the lobbies have been most successful in pushing back against, because we have this problem of the upcoming midterm elections and whether or not the farm states are going to vote for Trump. Okay, so that is the reality of political sausage making, which you all understand very well. Remove fluoride from water supplies. Study electromagnetic radiation and heavy metals in soil and water. Here's a mind bender. Link soil health to human health. through farmer support programs and research. Have you heard any language like that coming out of the European Union? No, what you've heard is the opposite. It's destroy the farmers and appropriate their lands, as near as I can tell from my side of the pond. But in the United States, this administration is committed to regenerative agriculture, what are essentially old school farming practices, instead of just blasting the soil with petroleum-based petrochemicals. Regarding physical activity and lifestyle, reestablish presidential fitness in schools, fund after-school activity programs, partner with the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition to combat child inactivity, integrate nutrition and lifestyle education into medical schools. Whoa, that's a big one. That's unheard of. And public awareness campaigns. This is why you see Bobby Kennedy and the Secretary of Defense doing these very public challenge reels where they're showing themselves engaging in physical activities. This goes back, I'm old enough to remember President Kennedy. And President Kennedy had a major initiative, presidential initiative in health for children. That was a core part of the curriculum. Bobby's trying to bring that back, together in particular with Pete Hegseth. Okay, now this starts to cut a little close to the bone. Medications and over-medicalization is a particular focus. Review over-prescription of SSRIs, antipsychotics, stimulants, and weight loss drugs for children. Okay, we have I don't know about you here in Europe, but in the United States, we've got a mental health crisis, and it's partly driven by over-pharmaceutical administration to our children. Ensure most favored nation status drug pricing. This is a big one. Ban direct-to-consumer pharma ads. You guys are all scratching your heads. What the heck are they talking about? In the United States, one of only 2 nations where pharma gets on the TV and sells you drugs. So much so that many people that watch old school television, I don't know how many there are left, but they're constantly bombarded by ads telling them to buy pharmaceuticals, telling them to buy vaccines. And oh, by the way, some of those ads, particularly for vaccines, have been sponsored by the U.S. government. Wants to stop that. Phase out animal testing for drugs and chemicals and lift ban on category 2 peptides. Full transparency on vaccine data. Reconstitute the ACIP, that's the thing that I'm involved in, to eliminate conflicts of interest. Boy, that's a big deal. The conflicts of interest are so deep and pervasive that the secretary basically had to excuse the entire committee and reconstitute it from scratch. And I can tell you, they subjected me to 3 months of screening and training about conflict of interest before they appointed me. Okay, they're taking this seriously. For the research and transparency pillar, fund $50 million for autism, chronic disease research, close data gaps on root causes. Who would have thought that the President of the United States would be so committed to understanding the root causes of autism, and yet he is all in? The reason behind that is speculation, but apparently it has a 20-year history. He met with Bobby Kennedy over 20 years ago to discuss the causes of autism for some reason. He happened to have a child just about that point in time, but maybe that's coincidence. $50 million for autism. Eliminate industry influence by ethics frameworks and transparency rules. Hold public hearings, roundtables, evaluate federal programs for effectiveness, and the final pillar, institutional reforms. Create administration for a healthy America to coordinate chronic disease efforts. We're going to have a whole part of the government that is just focused on chronic disease, identifying the causes, identifying the cures. Fire and replace conflicted CDC and NIH officials. I can tell you, first person, this is going on a daily basis right now and is an extremely high priority within HHS. It's amazing to watch. This was in their plan. Cut 500 million from RNA projects. You heard Asim with his slide. Check. Mission accomplished. Align 30-plus states with MEHA policies. Prosecute misuse of public funds. That's already ongoing. Bobby tours all over the nation. People don't realize it. He's constantly shuttling to state governments to get them involved in this entire initiative. This would be akin to, if you could even bend your mind around it, Ursula going out to the member states of the European Union and talking to them about how the council could work better with the member states to promote health. Is that even a possibility? Okay, let's see if that's something that can be replicated in the European Union. And pigs could fly. Are these just words, or has there been progress? Under Secretary Kennedy's leadership, HHS has already advanced special nutrition program waivers, dietary reforms, and ACIP reconstitution. To date, the strategy emphasizes private sector partnerships, ergo with farmers, for example, and public engagement. However, truth be told, there's already been setbacks. And I mentioned, ag lobbies have influenced pesticide language, drawing criticism from environmental groups and the general public, particularly in alternative media. Broader reforms face budget hurdles and congressional obstructionism, and we're barreling towards the midterms. All this could come to a screeching halt in a year from now. Broader long-term goals include reducing childhood obesity from 20% to under 10% by 2030, cutting chronic disease rates, and reorienting the entire medical system from a focus on treating illness to a focus on promoting health, thereby saving trillions in healthcare costs through disease prevention. It was a great lead-in. Thank you. You made the point. Okay, now I was asked to talk specifically about this thing that I'm kind of right in the middle of, which is changes at CDC and ACIP. Let's consider this a case study. Case study of organizational change in an entrenched bureaucracy in government. Can it be done? Is it even possible? Okay? To illustrate how these plans are being translated into action and policy, I'll now focus on the ongoing reforms at the US CDC. There are multiple factors driving these changes. In the United States, we have more protections in place to ensure patient-level data privacy than exists throughout most of Europe. You hear what I just said? We can't gather data as well as you can, and we can't analyze it, particularly in the Nordic countries. We don't have socialized medicine in the same way you do, and we have barriers to ensure patient confidentiality in data. One of the consequences is we can't do, frankly, as good a job as you can do in epidemiology, which may be part of the reason why in some nation states we're getting better data on the COVID harms than from Europe and the UK than we're getting from the United States. So that's trying to give the CDC a little bit of latitude for the challenges that they've encountered in data capture and analysis. So it's in the States, it's much harder to analyze and guide public health policy decisions because we don't have the quality of data that you have. That's an intrinsic advantage that you folks have here in the European Union. Now, whether or not it's open and transparent and you're able to access that, but the potential exists. I mentioned above about mission creep and some of the other problems that your principle of subsidiarity and proportionality was designed to address. In the States, we've got it in spades. One of these is conflicting mandates of promotion versus protection. Almost all of our federal agencies have a dual mandate, and it's illustrated really clear in the CDC for vaccines. The CDC has a mandate to promote vaccination, and they also have a mandate to monitor safety and effectiveness of vaccines. Which budget is bigger? Promoting vaccination is way bigger, okay? So you can figure out what's happened there in the dynamic. The culture of the CDC has become really wrapped around the idea that any information which will cause the listener, the recipient, to become vaccine hesitant must be suppressed. Whether it's true or false, it cannot be shared. Okay, then this is spread across the world. In some ways, I think we may be the source. Like many U.S. federal agencies, the CDC suffers from conflicting mandates. In the case of vaccines, it's tasked with gathering information on safety and effectiveness, but also with promoting vaccines and vaccination. As I mentioned, there's been more of an emphasis on promoting vaccination. This has pervaded the entire medical services sector under the leadership of CDC and their marketing. It's pervaded the entire medical services sector to the point that any attempt to objectively and rigorously evaluate vaccine safety and efficacy is regarded as a systemic cultural threat to public health. If you ask the question, you are a threat to public health. That's the logic. The interests and culture of public health and those of the vaccine industry have become one and the same. They're inseparable, and they're not allowed to be questioned. This is a fundamental. The Overton window, if you're familiar with that concept, of acceptable public discourse concerning vaccines is closed, with layers of gatekeepers in corporate media, academia, medical guilds, industry marketing, scientific journals, and political parties all focused on preventing any objective scientific evaluation of vaccine risks and benefits. This is justified based on the thesis that any information concerning vaccine risks will lead to vaccine hesitancy will then cost lives. The CDC has become the primary governmental enforcer of this logic, to the point of sponsoring social media gang-stalking campaigns targeting dissenters. I'm sure Asim has been on the receiving end of those gang-stalking campaigns on social media. During the Biden administration, the federal security apparatus and the intelligence community, this is all documented. Federal security apparatus and the intelligence community cooperated with the CDC to monitor and censor all who challenged or violated this cult-like belief system. Same thing happened in the UK. The accepted official position became that any who questioned any aspect of promoted vaccine safety and effectiveness narratives were killing people. Those who transgress were literally and figuratively accused of being mass murderers by press as well as CDC-sponsored and facilitated activists. Those seeking to take my medical license, they failed, during the COVID period, literally accused me to my medical board of being a mass murderer for publicly discussing the risks of mRNA products. Here is one example illustrating the perverse logic that has enabled this cult of vaccination. According to evidence-based medicine, the, quote, best available evidence should guide clinical decisions. You agree? Retrospective studies have emerged showing vaccinated kids are much sicker, but these studies are always dismissed by the, quote, vaccine experts in the mainstream media for not being, quote, well controlled. Here's the logic trap that powers that. Since placebo trials on vaccines are never done for, quote, ethical reasons, by the rules of evidence-based medicine, the retrospective studies we have are the best available evidence. And their conclusions about vaccine harm cannot be dismissed unless better, ergo placebo-controlled trials, are conducted to corroborate or refute them. And by the way, that's part of Bobby's initiative with the CDC, is to empower true placebo-controlled trials, not only of individual vaccines, but of vaccine-vaccine interactions, for which there are no studies. When you're giving multiple vaccines to your child, what are the data showing that those vaccines are not going to interact? If it's a normal drug-drug interaction, the FDA is all over it. If it's a vaccine-vaccine interaction, crickets. Studies not done. Studies are basically considered to be impossible, unethical. Those data should not be obtained. The alternative vaccine safety advocacy community's perspective, in other words, those that are advocating in the alternative community for vaccine safety, is that the actual reason these placebo trials are never done is because they would immediately show how dangerous the vaccines are. Hence why the vaccine industry has to constantly make excuses for not doing them, while simultaneously claiming if they were done, they would show that vaccines are harmless. They, talk about cognitive dissonance. In this space, it's okay to have clear cognitive dissonance and illogic if in the service of promoting vaccines. In short, anytime someone critiques a retrospective study comparing vaccinated to unvaccinated as invalid, it's critical to remember that these studies are the gold standard because better ones will never and can never be done due to promoted, contrived, and tenuous ethical considerations that are not allowed to be questioned. And meanwhile, back at the ranch, the profitability of the vaccine industry has soared to new heights. But all drugs, including vaccines, have risks and benefits. All drugs should be judiciously prescribed for those that are more likely to benefit from treatment than to be harmed. And free citizens, in theory, what we have here in the European Union and the United States, free citizens have the right to understand those risks and benefits, do they not? And to determine if the potential benefits outweigh the risks for themselves as individuals. This is particularly true with prophylactic vaccines. Think about it. This is a fundamental principle in vaccinology. Prophylactic vaccines are administered to otherwise healthy persons with the intention of preventing an unpredictable event that may or may not occur, infection and subsequent disease, at some point in the future. Out of all drugs, vaccines must be the most safe that they can be, because they're given to healthy people that you cannot predict if they are going to become unhealthy at some point, so they darn well better be safe. This is a fundamental principle of vaccinology, pounded into me over 30 years of experience and training in clinical research, and yet we completely disregard this because it's inconvenient. To probe how far this has gone with American culture, I recently posted 2 simple questions on X, both of which are read by over 200,000 people and provoked thousands of comments. About a third of those comments were attacks that would meet European standards for hate speech. Here's the 2 simple questions. Can we at least agree that it would be good to have safer and more effective vaccines that are rigorously tested according to established modern regulatory standards? Apparently, that is a really controversial statement. Who would have thought? The other one I posted, I look forward to the day when it's no longer acceptable to censor and ridicule parents of vaccine-injured children. You wouldn't believe the hate that provoked, okay? Those parents are liars. They are absolutely misrepresenting what happened. They have no idea what really happened to their children. They're damaging vaccine uptake. They're damaging the credibility of the vaccine industry. Hundreds and hundreds of people making these kinds of comments for these very simple questions. This hate speech appears to originate from a combination of left-leaning political partisans, fake accounts or bots, and avid members of the cult that aggressively advocates that all vaccines are undeniably safe and effective. As has happened in the EU, CDC has suffered from a bureaucratic mission creep, exacerbated by this cult-like culture of unquestioning vaccine advocacy, combined with a perverse utilitarian bioethical framework based on the thesis, the ends justify the means. This is what's requiring broad-based reorganization. Now, I only have about 10 minutes left, and so I'm going to jump over a few things. But the one thing I want to share with you in particular, I can go through the blow-by-blow of what's going on at the ACIP and the insider politics. That'll take another hour. But I want to share with you some fundamental changes in U.S. policy as it relates to international health. Because international health is the socket between what's going on at HHS and your embryonic movement. Major restructuring the U.S. government health enterprise is in progress, as you know. Together with USAID, the CDC has traditionally led many aspects of U.S. international public health initiatives. Under President Trump, this is now changing. USAID has been decommissioned, and the U.S. is withdrawing from the World Health Organization. What does that mean? The State Department will now be playing a much larger role in guiding U.S. international health policy, for better or for worse. Under Secretary Rubio, Thomas Donato, acting as Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security, that's who this is getting delegated to, by the way, because of the whole idea of global health as a security issue. Thomas Donato, you'll get to know his name, will be assuming an active role in guiding international health security. This comes in the form of a new, quote, America First global health strategy, built on 3 pillars: making Americans safer, stronger, and more prosperous. The State Department argues U.S. global health programs have become inefficient and wasteful, leading to a culture of dependency among recipient countries. The State Department has developed a plan to migrate from global health aid to fostering self-reliance of countries the U.S. has supported in prior years. The U.S. will focus on working directly with nations, that's a code for not through the WHO, requiring them to co-invest in global health initiatives in order to tackle diseases such as tuberculosis, polio, and HIV/AIDS as part of a new strategy from President Trump's administration. As part of co-investments, recipient governments will have to meet performance benchmarks in order for more U.S. foreign health assistance to be released. Here's the statement from the State Department. Our global health foreign assistance program is not just aid, it's a strategic mechanism to further our bilateral interests around the world. Moving forward, we will utilize our health foreign assistance to advance U.S. priorities and move countries toward resilient and durable local health systems. We will do this by entering multi-year bilateral agreements with recipient countries that lay out clear goals and action plans. These bilateral agreements will ensure that both 100% of frontline commodity purchases and frontline healthcare workers will continue to be funded during the agreement period. We will partner with each country, so bilateral, to ensure there are data systems in place that can both monitor potential outbreaks and broader health outcomes, the State Department said. We'll also work to rapidly transition technical assistance to support governments in taking over key functions rather than individual clinical sites. What we're talking about is the initial build to an alternative to the WHO. The position of the State Department is that when there's an outbreak, we'll be prepared to work with local governments to respond properly. When necessary, we will be prepared to surge resources to ensure the outbreak is contained, travelers appropriately screened, and to the maximum extent possible, the outbreak does not reach American shores or harm Americans living abroad. They're jettisoning a lot of the core policies that are floating down from UN and the UN objectives to WHO and then out through the World Health Community. They're simplifying that and streamlining it and focusing it on actual health, not advancing social agendas. So what's happened at CDC? I'm going to skip some of the background and context. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy and officials of the Department of Health and Human Services have changed recommendations and policies for multiple vaccines, including shots against COVID-19 and measles. This is promises made, promises kept. In May of this year, under orders from Kennedy, the CDC stopped recommending COVID-19 vaccines for healthy children and pregnant women. The press howled. The Food and Drug Administration later revoked emergency authorizations for the vaccine. The FDA also approved 4 shots for narrower populations. After accepting the recommendations of the ACIP, the CDC now calls for individuals to speak with a healthcare provider about risks and benefits before receiving a COVID vaccine. What a revolutionary thought. A change approved on October 6th, just the other day. The specifics involve a shift from COVID-19 vaccines being recommended to requiring, quote, shared decision-making. The ACIP has also called for improved disclosure of risks and benefits to these products in the CDC-produced vaccine information sheets. Kennedy wrote on X that the move amounted to restoring informed consent. That's at the core of all of this. Empowering patients, focusing on the physician-patient interaction and the rights of patients to informed consent rather than the top-down imposition of a utilitarian concept of public health. Greatest good for the greatest number. Kennedy wrote on X, and then here, and unlike in Europe, in the United States, where the official advertising for the COVID injections has increased here in Europe, the CDC and US government are no longer advertising in favor of COVID vaccination. With the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, President Trump recently encouraged people to take separate vaccines, but they don't exist. The manufacturers won't produce them. They only produce them as a combined product. So CDC Director O'Neill is backing Trump and calling on manufacturers to produce monovalent vaccines so people can choose which ones they want. The United States in 2025 had recorded the most cases of measles since 1992, although these levels were still below typical measles case numbers in the European region, by the way. Secretary Kennedy said the vaccine limits the spread of measles and people should get it. He also raised concerns about side effects, which can include seizures. In response, officials in Texas now, the state that has recorded the bulk of the cases, announced on August 18 the measles outbreak was over. Regarding varicella vaccine and MMRV, there's been acceptance of the advice from our group, the ACIP, to split off the varicella combination into a separate standalone vaccine, and in discussion is splitting up the whole MMR complex into separate shots for children that parents can choose to accept or not accept. For hepatitis B vaccine, there's another one that's really controversial. ACIP was prepared to vote on advising the CDC to delay the first dose. Right now in the United States, when your baby is born, whether or not you, the parent, have hepatitis B, the first thing that baby gets is a vitamin K shot and a hepatitis B shot. Now, are they at significant risk for hepatitis B? No. Okay? But that's the policy, and basically it's all wrapped around the public health logic that if we don't get them now, they're not going to come back later and get it. And so we better get them at birth. That's what's really going on. That's underlying all of this logic. Suffice to say, President Trump has made it clear he doesn't find that acceptable. And his advice is that the product, if it's administered at all, should be deferred to onset of puberty. We'll see what the ACIP recommends to the director of CDC probably at the next meeting. President Trump wants the entire vaccine schedule revisited, childhood vaccine schedule. He wants to know whether or not there's actual science behind that entire schedule and whether or not it needs to be reconsidered or even revoked. Regarding annual influenza vaccines, the ACIP recommends that the government keep in its place the recommendations, but what we did do, and this also provoked howls of outrage, is we got rid of the mercury in flu vaccines. We got rid of the thimerosal. And the big objection to that was, well, if we get rid of the United States, then you're no longer going to be able to use thimerosal in Africa for multi-dose vials. Okay? But that's kind of medical imperialism, isn't it? But that's the objection that was raised. But Secretary Kennedy has now, and his team, have overturned that. We no longer have mercury in the flu vaccines that are going into our children. In the case of HPV vaccines, the ACIP is reevaluating the logic around the timing and recommendations for human papillomavirus vaccine. For chikungunya vaccine, the vaccine that was on the market, there's two, but one of them had shown clear data of adverse events, cardiac problems, and even death. That's been pulled. Concerning the overall schedule, we have a special working group that is focused just on the child immunization schedule and asking the question whether or not that's necessary to be maintained. As you can see from this brief summary, under guidance from Secretary Kennedy as well as Secretary Rubio, President Trump and his team are making unprecedented strides towards reinvigorating scientific and medical integrity in public health. These actions are triggering an amazing amount of controversy. Who would think that it would be controversial to try to improve the health of the nation's citizens and particularly their children? It's amazing to watch, but at the core of both of their commitments is fundamental medical ethics, the rights of the individual patient, and a bipartisan commitment to improving the health of all Americans and particularly American children. In the end, it's hard to refute or oppose a commitment to making America healthy again, and I suspect equally hard to oppose the new grassroots movements to make Europe healthy again. Thanks for listening. 47. Overshot by 2 minutes.
So before we hear from our great audience and have statements from people from all across the world, I ask my dear executive board colleague, Stephanie Lind, and the amazing singer, Jeff Sewell, on stage here on the podium to us. And the reason why we come together now is that a wonderful man would have had his birthday yesterday. We're talking about the wonderful father and husband, Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated. And we want to have my dear executive board colleague, Stephanie Lind, from the United States of America, say some wonderful words. And after that, we ask you to stand up for a minute of silence. And afterwards, we will hear a wonderful piece of music by Jeff Sewell. And I thank you for being part of this very important part of this afternoon. Thank you.
In this chamber, we are often divided by party or perspective, but in the quiet that follows a passing, we are reminded of the greater dignity of our common human experience and the shared hope that our work, our convictions, and our courage might build a better world. Whatever our individual beliefs, moments of loss remind us of the importance of values that preserve civility. And beyond this, Charlie embodied an undefended love that reached out his hand towards the other. As we share this moment of silence, each in our own way, may we experience for one moment the world that Charlie worked for, a world where the circle is drawn so wide that no one stands outside it. A moment of silence is, by definition, 100% participation. So today, we honor a life devoted to civic engagement as we acknowledge the power of one sincere voice in the public square. May our remembrance deepen our capacity for honor, for those we have lost, for one another, and for the sacred stewardship of our children's inheritance, the world without end. I invite you now to stand and join me in a moment of silence.
Courage, connection, love, and a deep faith and reverence in God. At his memorial, everyone sung this song, and it's How Great Thou Art. Studies show that the way to unite communities, families, countries, and the world is group singing. We raise the vibration through music and love. Simone and I are parents of a vaccine-injured child. At 2 years old, she was diagnosed with autism. And music for us has been the key to her recovery, among so many other things. And so we stand in reverence of all those children who weren't able to be healed, and we pray that change occurs in Europe. MEHA, Make Europe Healthy Again. Also, we're from New Zealand, so this song embodies the Maori language and also a mantra from our family to yours with that courage momentum. Maestro, please.
O Lord my God, when I to an awesome wonder consider all the works thy hands have made, I see the stars, I hear the rolling thunder, thy power throughout the universe displays. Facariamoi, torike my soul. one who dares to try, when challenged to the task, to rise to heights you've never seen, or is that too much to ask? This is your day, a world to win, great purpose to achieve. Accept the challenge of your goals, and in yourself and God believe.
Thank you so much. So we have wonderful people from all across the world here with us today, and I will be the moderator of the second part of this afternoon, and I will invite speaker by speaker to bring us their statements. We will start off with statements from wonderful friends, and I call them family meanwhile, who are part of Make Europe Healthy Again as executive board members or steering committee members. So you will be the first to speak, please. And I want to introduce my dear friend, Dr. Andrea Nazarenko from the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Today I'd like to share a vision of a new paradigm of health, one that is championed by MEHA. For too long, our prevailing health system has relied on a narrow and reductionistic understanding of health, one that treats biology as the sole determinant of well-being. Our model rewards treatment over prevention and profit over people. The result is a structure driven largely by commercial interests rather than the public good. The fundamental flaw in our current system is not only the presence of corruption and conflict of interests, it's at its core the very conception of health itself. We have mistaken the absence of disease for the presence of health, and we have built institutions that manage illness rather than cultivating well-being. Decades of research make one thing undeniable. 80 to 90% of population health outcomes are determined by social, environmental, and economic conditions, not medical care. A person's health is shaped more by their postal code than their genetic code. Health does not grow in laboratories or clinics, and building more hospitals is not a sign of a healthy nation. In fact, it's a measure of how unwell a nation is. Health grows in the environments that surround us. It is shaped by the food we eat, the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the strength, safety, and purpose in our communities. Dr. Malhotra and Dr. Robert Malone have discussed already how these social and structural determinants of health, as we call them, are the true drivers of human well-being. Across the European Union, the consequences of neglecting these determinants are profound. Within, not across, within some member states, life expectancy differs by more than 15 years between regions, differences that are driven largely from preventable environmental factors. Fortunately, these conditions are modifiable by policy, by design, and by the leadership of the people represented in this room. We have reached a point where we simply cannot treat our way out of a sick society. The time has come to build environments that make health the natural outcome, not the exception. This is why MEHA exists, to help nations strengthen these foundations, to make prevention, resilience, and community well-being the cornerstone of health policy, rather than maintaining a narrow focus on mandates and pharmacological interventions. No amount of medical intervention or behavioral restriction can compensate for an unhealthy environment. We see this clearly in the epidemic of loneliness prevalent today. During the pandemic, when connection was curtailed, loneliness more than doubled across the EU. It's no surprise that global anxiety and depression rose about 25%. Social disconnection alone increases mortality by 26 to 32%. These are not failures of individual will, but signs of a stressed social environment. True public health is not governmental overreach into individualized medicine. It's about creating the conditions where good health can flourish. So how do we support health more holistically? We simply widen the lens. Human connection to each other and to the earth is medicine. Health must be central to all EU policy, not isolated to a specific health ministry or siloed into specific departments. A family's health can depend as much on zoning laws or public transportation routes as access to a doctor. The policies you pass in this room have direct implications for how people live, and how people live determines their health. While we currently live with the repercussions of short-sighted policies, the truth is that health, it unfolds across generations. This offers us hope. Every decision made in this parliament, every vote, every regulation, and every act of courage will echo through our children's bodies and their children's communities. Medical mandates, digital privacy infringements, environmental degradation, social disconnection, and economic instability leave scars that will endure. But policies grounded in stewardship, justice, and compassion will plant seeds of resilience to nourish generations to come. This is the mission of MEHA, to reconnect what has been divided, to restore integrity across societal systems, and to make Europe healthy again, not by chance, but by design. We invite interested politicians, policymakers, and people from all nations to join us by prioritizing MEHA-aligned initiatives in your national and EU agendas, by enacting legislation that protects transparency, independence, and the social foundations for health, and by ensuring that every policy across every sector builds rather than erodes human well-being. To facilitate the ease of what this means, we have collated from our key, our Dr. Malone and Dr. Malhotra, as well as other key stakeholders, a list of priority legislation that is MEHA aligned that will be passed out now or soon. These could be implemented by any policymakers within the EU Parliament or your member nations. If your nation needs support, either from a grassroots or policy level from MEHA experts, please reach out to info@gomeha.com. And thank you for joining us in this mission to make Europe healthy again.
Our next speaker, our dear steering committee member, Professor Dr. Matthias Desmet.
As as I was sitting here listening to the truly brilliant speeches of Dr. Malone and Dr. Malhotra, I found myself reflecting on the name of the project here, like Make Europe Healthy Again. And I just wondered, the title suggests that we are less healthy now than we once were. And I just started to wonder, like, would this be true? Like, we are living longer now than before. At least that's how it seems. And on the other hand, there are more people who are chronically ill than ever before. So that might be true as well. And I just noticed that I have been asking myself so many questions about what health is. I'm a professor in psychology. I did randomized controlled trials. I try to answer that question, what a human being needs to be healthy. And the more questions I asked, the less answers I could think of. And the more uncertain, really, I mean what I say, the more uncertain I became. Like, look at Trump. He took the vaccine and statins, and he's still alive. So nothing's sure in this life. And I also, from a scientific point of view, I think that it's clear that health and the human body, the human mind in general, is a complex dynamical system, and intrinsically these systems are unpredictable. We can know something about health, but we can never arrive at a kind of absolute truth about health. So, and when I'm here today, and when I support this project, it's definitely not because I think I know what people have to do to be healthy. I think I know something about it, but definitely not enough to have this illusion that I could impose my knowledge to other people. So when I'm here today, it's definitely not because I think I'm certain about what we have to do about health. It's because there are other people who think they are certain enough to impose their vision to the world. And I'm talking about very specific people. I'm talking, for instance, about the globalist institutions such as the WHO and their One Health policy. Talking about these people who think that they are so sure that they know better what it means to be healthy and what we have to do to be healthy, that they try to impose their health through a digital system which censors every alternative opinion about health. Such a system is a totalitarian system. And I challenge everyone to show me that that is not true. A totalitarian system is a system that strives for total control over the minds and the bodies of the people. So when I'm here today, it's because I oppose totalitarianism. Thanks.
Our next speaker, former MEP and Vice President of MEHA, Rob Roos.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to speak to you here today. As a concerned citizen, as an advocate of a healthy lifestyle, and as a proud participant in this movement with great people inside. I am not a medical doctor, but what I am is someone who has lived for nearly 20 years by a simple yet powerful principle: eat clean and move regularly. Not as a hype, but as a way of life. True health begins with the basics: pure, unprocessed, natural food, and with sufficient physical exercise, something people can take into their own hands. But healthy food must remain accessible. What we see today, however, is that under the guise of climate policy, our natural sources of nutrition are being discredited. Meat, fish, dairy, foods that have sustained humanity since the dawn of time, are suddenly declared undesirable. Meanwhile, our farmers, the guardians of that natural wealth, are being systematically destroyed. forced to quit or to switch to so-called sustainable alternatives that have nothing to do with nature at all. In their place, we are offered ultra-processed food, lab-grown meat, bugs and insects as protein substitute. This is not progress, this is dehumanization. Do not be deceived, this policy is not about health or climate, but about control, money and power. While enormous profits are made on the one hand from processed food that make people sick, obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, even more is earned on the other hand from drugs that suppress the system, these systems, but do not heal. Because, as I often say, Big Pharma does not want you dead, but it certainly does not want you healthy either. The profit lies precisely in between. It's a system that costs society billions. A healthy nation depends on the well-being of its people. And all the while, the guiding principle should be prevention is better than cure. Imagine what we could achieve if those resources were devoted to genuine preventive health. And isn't health the most important element of our lives? As Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wisely said, we can't have 1,000 wishes, but if you are ill, you have only one wish left. During the COVID crisis, we witnessed where misguided interest can lead. Under the slogan, "Trust the science," every critical voice was discredited or silenced. Take the Great Barrington Declaration of October 2020, authored by Martin Kulldorff of Harvard, Sunetra Gupta of Oxford, and J. Bhattacharya from Stanford, co-signed by Nobel Prize winners and thousands of medical experts. Yet they were publicly defamed and cancelled, simply because they had the guts to think, to question, and to propose alternative ways to face the crisis. Science, unfortunately, is not always independent. It can be bought. Remember the time the doctors who defended smoking. Remember DDT, long declared safe, until the truth could no longer be denied. Governments offered certainty where there was none, and used safety as a political weapon. That was not science, it was a web of vested interests. Just two examples of many. That is why our duty to remain truly independent, to inform and protect the people where others don't, and to stand for genuine health. Not the science of profit, but the science of truth. For a healthy and vital society reconnected to nature, and for a healthy future for all of us. So I call on all the medical doctors and experts in Europe, join this movement. Let's make Europe healthy again, because together we can. Thank you very much for your attention.
Before I come to our next speaker, I want to say a big and heartfelt thank you to our partners. Today we're live streaming also on Children's Health Defense TV. Thank you to our partnering organization. Mary Holland is also in MEHA's steering committee. And so I come to our next speaker and partner in this very important movement and initiative. Seya Chi is here. I know Seya for almost 10 years now, and I was following you and that long a time ago. And thank you so much for the work you are doing. You came all the way from the United States of America today. You're also co-founder of Global Wellness Forum, and I thank you so much that you come here to represent not only the Global Wellness Forum, but also MEHA Action, and sending, I think, as you told me, heartfelt greetings from Tony Lyons as well. Thank you, Seya, for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. My My name is Sayer G, and it's a great honor to be here to represent a grassroots movement that has really taken the United States aflame in terms of it affecting every household. Every man, woman, child is involved in this advocacy. And so we are so excited for what you're doing here. This is really incredible moment. So I come from the home state of Florida, and what we've achieved there, many thought was impossible just this year. So what we've seen is the end of non-consented to mass fluoridation. That was a grassroots effort that started out in my Collier County, where my partner in Greenman Info lives, and it was just a grassroots effort, and it just snowballed to the point now where, of course, we have the MEHA Commission through the executive branch of our government that's honoring this grassroots movement at the highest levels. We also have our governor and surgeon general who just declared the end of mandates, essentially, medical mandates in Florida, a great role model for the rest of the states. We also are now seeing legislation. We have over 30 bills just on ending geoengineering in the United States, and now we have Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's introducing a federal bill that would essentially make that also no longer something we're going to be afflicted by, because the poisoning of our skies and our air and our food, it's just so egregious. We know that this needs to stop. But in the United States, there is such a huge uprising of a true constitutional republic, where the values we speak so highly of here in this room are vivified by our actions daily. It's very encouraging. We also obviously went through a very dark time with the declared pandemic, and that brought many of us into this advocacy. We know that without bodily sovereignty, there are no other civil liberties that apply. They're theoretical, okay? They're not real. And so this is a movement that is just such a humanizing, really unifying movement that we are just so happy to be able to bridge with MEHA. Essentially, I'm here to represent, just a huge outpouring of support and love for what you're doing, all the way from Bobby, who's a great friend and colleague, of course, and our bold and courageous leader who's taking MEHA, by storm in this country. And now we're able to bridge that and really welcome you as allies. So it's a really beautiful moment, and I'm really happy to be here, and thank you for doing this.
Thank you for supporting us also in the steering committee, Sayer, with your wisdom. Thank you so much. And our next speaker is Tom Lausen from Germany.
Yes, I would like to speak in my mother language, so if you want to listen to that, please switch to the earphones. Ja, erstmal vielen Dank.
I'd like to start by thanking you for inviting me. All of us together have witnessed a historic event. We went through a so-called pandemic, and during this time we all really had the same experiences. You'd wake up in the morning and wish for it all to end soon. This takes a toll on people's health. This was why I started to question our policies. When were we ever presented with a positive picture that would allow us to look forward to the next day, to some kind of positive event? And our politicians seem to continue with business as usual. They don't seem to be able to do that. What the political sphere is trying is not to make us healthy or to aid us, And I'm talking from my own experience. I must say that it does look as though we're heading for a seismic shift. A shift that also consists of having a digital ID. During COVID, people were being told that we had to take the vaccine to protect others. Mr. Starmer today is a lot more cheeky in his approach. What he's saying is that at the end of his term, everyone will have to have a digital ID or they won't have a job. This is detrimental to our health. And that's why it's important for us to take matters into our hands. This is why I welcome MEHA, and I will support it as much as I can. And I hope for a better future. Then one more thing I have been a firm believer in for 30 years. I don't believe we're heading for a better future if we continue to eat animals, our fellow living beings. This is something a lot of you might not yet have considered. I believe it's problematic because animals get a lot more drugs than we do. And then also because animals live in fear. Fear is something that harms us. A lack of fear is what's good for our health. These animals are being slaughtered, so they live in fear. And this is reflected in their cellular structure. I'm sure Dr. Malone has something to say on that. So we are consuming this fear. And if we stop eating animals, I'm confident that we can live very healthy here in Europe.
Also very good is that there is a lot of farmers out there who really try to do their best and to have organic farms, and so it is not up to us to tell anybody what to eat, but I think the product of the food we eat is important, like the quality of the food we eat is important, and also our movement lives from we agree to disagree, but as a vegetarian or somebody who does not like meat, it is a fair statement to also bring this up to this important meeting, Make Europe Healthy Again. And again, want to say a big shout out to farmers who work with permaculture, who do organic farming, who treat their animals until, yes, they slaughter them as beings. And I even know farmers who do prayers before they really produce the meat from the animals they have. So we also absolutely support farmers who take other ways than this big industrial food chains that are out there. So this is a statement that I just wanted to bring up here as well. Our next speaker is also in our steering committee, dear Elaine Mullally from Ireland.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you to all the other speakers. It's been a fantastic afternoon so far, so hopefully I'll do Ireland proud today. Just a point that I thought was very important to bring up, which I don't know if it's got an awful lot of media attention internationally, is I saw an article in a local newspaper in Ireland, and it was written by a professor of the Royal College of Surgeons of Ireland. His name is Steve Carrigan. And he stated that, according to the World Health Organization, there's been 7.1 million deaths from COVID since 2020. And he also states that annually 55 million people die a year of sepsis, which means that during the same period, since 2020 up to 2025, there's been almost 55 million people who have died globally from sepsis. At the risk here of giving large pharma an opportunity to come out with a new vaccine, I just think it's an issue that needs to be highlighted internationally, because it's one of those, it seems to be hidden a lot, and I have done a bit of research into it myself. The figures are correct. From an Irish perspective, Ireland has one of the highest levels of obesity in Europe. We have 60% of adults, 20% of children living with overweight or obesity. Obesity, as we know, can lead to heart disease, cancers, respiratory disease, pain, and lots of other conditions, including mental health and disability. Obesity is not a disease or illness. It's a combination of lifestyle and poor decision making, which could be reversed through diet, exercise, good mental health practices, including meditation. A huge contributing factor, I believe, to diabetes or to obesity is the accessibility to whole products, good foods. Normally, it's much cheaper to buy convenient fast foods than it is for the public to be able to access good quality fresh produce. Also, sedentary lifestyles mean that more people are sitting for longer periods in front of screens, which is not helping. I believe as a movement, if we could reach out to more parents to educate them on the benefits of preparing and cooking fresh produce as much as possible, because we know that children learn from actions rather than what they see is what becomes part of their lifestyles. Another statistic from Ireland is last year there was 37,000 prescriptions for antidepressants which were issued to people under the age of 18. This was in the first 9 months of 2024. And to me, we have to ask serious questions about why are so many of our young people depressed, and also, why it's become so convenient just to dish out pills to them instead of working out how we can help them, how we can heal them. And I probably would put social media down as possibly a part to play in all of this. Our next generations are spending, including some of their parents are spending lots of long periods of time on phones, on PlayStations, etc. So it's probably not helping with their mental health as well as their physical health. I'm not going to keep you much longer because Maria had told me I have a 2-minute slot. So I just want to finish on a quote, and it's from Gandhi. He said, "To forget how to dig the earth and to tend to the soil is to forget ourselves." And I believe that we need to get back to the earth to create that connection between our soul and the soil. And that's why I'm delighted to be involved in this fantastic project, and I hope that we can all collectively make Europe healthy again. Thank you.
Our next speaker, who is also on the steering committee of MEHA, is our dear friend Dan Estin Gregory from the UK.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and everyone watching at home, Europe and indeed the world is at a crossroads right now, not just for health, but for the very spirit of humankind. Over recent years, across each of our respective nations, we've witnessed what happens when systems lose touch with the human being, when health becomes a market and not a mission, when fear replaces wisdom, and when power centralizes and trust corrodes. We are living through what some historians call the fourth turning, an era where old systems decay, institutions lose legitimacy, and a new chapter struggles to be born. In such times, we face a choice: fear and control, or courage and renewal. Europe's story has always been one of renewal, and Make Europe Healthy Again is not a slogan. It's a call to remember who we are. It's a seed of the future, a seed to restore and protect the essentials of life: clean food, pure water, fresh air, fertile soil, and the freedom to choose how we live, heal, and commune. The future of health cannot be dictated by institutions. It must be authored by the people. Let this chapter be remembered not for the collapse of the old, but for the emergence of the new, as we not only reclaim what has been lost, but build the future today. Together, we can build systems that honor open science, sovereignty, and the sacredness of life itself. Here's to Make Europe Healthy Again. Thank you.
Our next speaker, also on the steering committee of MEHA, our dear colleague from France, Dr. Louis Fouché.
Thank you for invitation. I have no conflicts of interest with big pharma, big insurance, big food, or big data industries. I maintain no explicit political affiliation, and I'm committed to remaining unaffiliated. I must confess I feel uneasy about public demonstration concerning anyone's death and do not wish to be involuntarily drawn into a polarizing movement. This said, you may have noticed the bitter irony of the barbed wire surrounding the so-called democracy in action propaganda just out there. There is a paradox in celebrating the birth of a health and freedom initiative here, in the very heart of darkness. It all began with exposing the incoherence of the COVID response. The awakening has not stopped. This wake-up call has opened eyes. The COVID crisis revealed a profound systemic failure. The healthcare system has become a highly profitable and corrupt industry of disease. Science and academia are undermined and politicized, as noted by British medical journal editor Kamran Abbasi. Multinational corporations have gained overwhelming control over media, medicine, and public institutions, exploiting them for profit and dominance over individuals' lives. Health information has been transformed into propaganda and dogmatic coercion of consent. Concerns about hazardous mRNA vaccine mandates are on everyone's mind. Consequently, the EU and governments have become corporate-driven entities, exploiting national wealth under the pretext of an ongoing eternal war against infectious diseases. The total cost of COVID vaccine contract has exceeded 70 billion euros, according to the European Court of Auditors. According to the French Observatory for Economic Conditions, the COVID crisis cost France 458 billion euros, creating an oppressive long-term debt with no investment in the future. The French healthcare system is deteriorating and collapsing. Hospitals and providers lack resources across the whole country. Planned self-destruction is underway, while politicians display passive fascination and impotence. Digitalization threatens to dehumanize care and marginalize healthcare providers, driving unlimited profits for big data companies. Meanwhile, the mental and physical health of the French people is deteriorating every year, and the real priorities remain unaddressed. It is time for change. It is time to reform our institutions by removing corrupt decision makers. It is time to restore trust and autonomy to healthcare providers and citizens. It is time to reinstate rigorous science and academic excellence to address our complex challenges. It is time to liberate medicine, agriculture, air, food, water, seeds, and soil from corporate exploitation. It is time to build resilience by integrating modern medicine with traditional wisdoms for a holistic approach to health. It is time to stop environmental degradation and prioritize preventive and repurposed medications. It is time to withdraw from harmful WHO mandates and pandemic treaties. It is time to restore France's and every nation's sovereignty in health. It is time to return individual control to parents and family over the children's health decision, including child vaccination. On this path, the EU is not an asset, it is an obstacle. No one said it would be easy, but where there's a will, there is a way. With patience, method, and determination, we will reclaim our sovereignty and responsibility. The challenges are many, but your body, your choice. Your health, your choice. It is high times to make healthcare human again. The COVID crisis exposed systemic failures, and it will end when we make Europe healthy again, through cooperation based on friendship and respect among free sovereign nations. Cela s'arrêtera quand nous refuserons de subir et que nous aurons rendu la santé aux Français.
Once we've stopped suffering and once we've returned health to the French people. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. So our next speaker is Dr. Beate Pfeil from Germany, also in steering committee.
So thank you, Maria. I'm an independent researcher with a special focus on human rights, constitutional law, and international law. And I would like to say, if we want to make Europe healthy again, one important concern is to break the excessive power of the WHO. A WHO that is no longer capable of fulfilling its stated mission of protecting public health. On the contrary, it is contributing massively to the destruction of the lives, physical integrity, and freedom of the world's population. Yesterday, my colleague Philipp Kruse and myself were invited, no, it was on Monday, to a hearing at the German Bundestag, the German parliament, as experts. One of the mainstream experts being present there said that the WHO's power, main source of power, lies in expertise. We here know that the WHO has long since become an organization characterized by blatant lack of transparency, prone to arbitrariness and corruption. An organization that is open to external control by the profit interests of the pharmaceutical-affiliated donor lobby. An organization that is not subject to any independent control or legal review, and which is now attempting to establish a pharmaceutical industrial complex through the new international health regulations in which the safety interests of the population clearly play no role. An organization that, under the guise of combating misinformation and disinformation, is attempting to permanently exclude reputable science as represented here from the public discourse. As long as governments and the experts they appoint claim that the WHO has objective and independent expertise and act accordingly, people's lives, health, and freedom will be under acute threat. We here stand for something different. We here stand for something else, for the vision of a world of human dignity, freedom, and above all, individual self-determination in health matters, including informed consent. With this in mind, I would like to thank the two outstanding experts and the politicians on the podium, and especially also Maria, for their devotion to this important matter. Together we can make Europe healthy again. Thanks.
Our next speaker, also on the MEHA steering committee, Dr. Tia Kansara from the UK.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for hosting us, Gerald, Maria, for bringing us all together. Incredible speeches, so inspiring by Asim and Robert, Jill as well, supporting Sayoji, and all of you here today who work so tirelessly on keeping all of us healthy and safe. I'm Dr. Tia Kansara. I have a PhD from UCL on building physics and thermodynamics, supported by MIT and the Abu Dhabi government. I created the first and largest benchmark for energy efficiency in the built environment in the Gulf region, and subsequently I've worked as director of Replenish Earth, having traveled to 90 countries over 25 years, working with governments and the private sector to transition our global economy towards nature and net positive, not net zero, going beyond that. You cannot separate what happens inside of your body and what happens outside of your body. Your every behavior, your every choice is and becomes a decision that we collectively have consequences over. And we're seeing that we're not the only ones that we're waiting for. All of us have to come together to do the work that we can do. And isn't it kind of funny that the largest issue that we have in our lives today is about health. It's about health of the planet, and it's about health of the people. And we're living an existential crisis that is almost like a mirror to the externalities that we do not wish to measure. I remember in my first week of economics degree at SOAS, it was economics is the study of the scarcity of resources, and I couldn't stop laughing at the professor, and I thought, isn't that a little bit strange that you're teaching us about the scarcity of a resource so that you could price it? What about the externalities to the decisions that we make and the products that we consume and or the policies that we create? I remember this incredible article that was in the Guardian newspaper about plastics, and it was pointing towards individuals for buying produce that had plastics inside them. Not the manufacturer, not the designer, not the policy documents, not the infrastructure within the city to collect any of that rubbish. It was the consumer. You are the consumer. It is your problem. And I believe that we're now at a stage that our decisions have consequences beyond ourselves, and we're able to measure these. So I'm here representing the Global Wellness Forum today. I'm so happy that we are bringing health sovereignty and freedom together in this room, and long may we make Europe healthy again.
Thank you so much. So now we have to move on, and our dear friend Rob Rose was actually the person who led another person to say the following statement: we have to move on at the speed of science, which is like faster than the speed of light. And the next speakers that I will ask to speak are kindly asked to just tell the names, their profession and their country of origin, and bring their short 2-minute maximum, maybe even 90-second statements, because we have so many awesome people in the room that we would love to hear today. And so our next speaker is a friend of ours who came all the way from Australia. Next speaker is Adrian McRae.
Thank you, Maria. Adrian McRae from Australia. I just want to say good afternoon and obviously to the members of the European Parliament, both past and present, distinguished guests and great friends from all over the world. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Honourable Gerald Hauser, MEP, and Dr. Hubmer-Mogg and Dr. Nazarenko for the kind invitation to address this amazing audience in this hallowed building, and to share the platform with some of the world's leading authorities and activists in the global health sovereignty movement. Make Europe Healthy Again, or MEHA, is much more than just a movement to bring optimum health back to the people of Europe itself. This initiative will have ramifications all across European cultures globally, including my own country of Australia. Organisations like MEHA, however, are not without risks, both to elected members of Parliament here in the European Parliament and of course to activist movements like ours here at MEHA. As a testament to this risk, I can share my own personal experience as an elected member of local government in Australia. 12 months ago, my local government in Port Hedland, Western Australia, moved and passed a motion demanding the Prime Minister, the state leaders and health ministers across the country validate what is now verified science, and we demanded a suspension of the mRNA injections, that Australians' mRNA COVID injections are dangerously contaminated with foreign DNA contaminations and foreign DNA fragments. Now, this Australian local government action has now been successfully followed and replicated in towns and cities all across Australia. We've also had over 200 million views on our on social media of our council meeting. This put some serious pressure on the Australian TGA, which is Australia's drug regulation body, akin to Europe's EMA or the FDA in the USA. For those of you who don't know, the Australian drug regulator, the TGA, receives around about 95% of its funding from Big Pharma. It's like regulatory capture on steroids. To make matters worse, the unelected bureaucrats who approve or deny applications for new drugs or medical interventions have no legislative requirement to declare any conflicts of interest. So when over 90% of the TGA's budget is supported by industry it regulates, and when the conflicts of interest of those marketing drug approval decisions is hidden, is it any wonder in the West that we've lost our faith in our health institutions? Only in Australia could a regulator funded by the industry it regulates still call itself impartial with a straight face. I tell you this story to point out the inherent risks that we all face in speaking truth to power. Last month, my entire local government in Australia was sacked and dissolved, and we had our elections cancelled. Why? Because as a tier of Australian government, we dared to ask uncomfortable questions that embarrassed the Australian federal government and their cosy relationship with Big Pharma. In the plaza outside this building today, we all saw the enormous sign that states, European Parliament, Democracy in Action. Now, if we had such a sign in Australia, it would probably say something like, Australian Parliament, Democracy on Life Support. So I'm proud to stand here in Europe, the home of democracy, alongside so many amazing politicians, scientists, doctors and activists who I know will lead Europe and all European nations back from the brink of tyranny. None of us want a totalitarian system whereby none of us, not even our children, have autonomy over our own bodies. The onus is on all of us here today to turn this ship around. But I just finally want to say that while this fight is focused on health in particular, we must also focus on something that J.D. Vance discussed in Europe only earlier this year, and that is freedom of speech. The global war on freedom of speech will soon leave only the USA and American doctors in particular as the only health professionals globally with any ability to speak up and push back on the enormous pharmaceutical and WHO snowball that is rolling down the hill at us. We certainly saw this through COVID when any doctor in my country in particular, and I also saw it happening in Europe, that spoke up against the mandates would be lose their medical licence. Anyway, we all need to remember to focus not only on one aspect of health but also free speech, because together they go hand in hand. And let's make Europe and all European cultures around the world healthy again.
Our next speaker is Dr. Margareta Gries-Brisson from Germany.
Oops. Yeah. I would like to, my name is Margareta Gries-Brisson. I'm a consultant neurologist from Germany, and I would like to draw the attention on an aspect of medicine which is frequently ignored. Between prevention, meaning health, and pathology, meaning illness, there is a large gray zone of intermittent feeling unwell, intermittent symptoms while your medical examination and your laboratory tests are still within normal limits. Pharmacology has no solution for these situations. I would warn strongly to ignore this situation, to slide into chronic pathology and full-blown illness. Here comes, and I would suggest that we get off our horse of arrogance, that the only way toward health is given by evidence-based pharmacology. This situation, in my opinion, is covered by complementary medicine, which involves lifestyle changes, which involves environmental toxins, and so on. I would like to suggest, and I would like to request, that MEHA guarantees a safe slot for complementary medicine in the medicine of the future, because complementary medicine addresses and focuses physiology. And physiology, we need a properly functioning physiology. We need to remain healthy as long as we are well and to become healthy when we are ill. Thank you. Sorry, that's a little bit nervous. I have no idea.
Thank you so much. So go with the flow is the message in the room. I would like to have as next speaker, because this perfectly fits, to my dear colleague from Austria, Dr. Walter Surberg, who has over 40 years in practicing medicine in his own private practice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for my invitation. I try to speak English very slowly. We Austrians are a bit slower, except Maria. She speaks very fast. I have to say thank you to you all, especially to the stars that came from heaven, as our musician said. Thank you for your sentences. I may thank you to Robert Malone for your sentence, let plan for win. And you gave us a view to the alternative WHO. You said wonderful things, and you were so very important for us all over the world. Through your book, we knew now what is happening with the mRNA in reality. I want to summarize. We know what is going on. It is going on very wrong. And we did a lot of failures. But, and therefore I say thank you so very much to Asim Malhotra. Thank you to your triangle to move mountains. You presented us solutions, not only critics. We know that everything is wrong now in the moment, but people like you, humans like you, treating with empathy, you have solutions. You told us about the statins, and you told us about the failure about the COVID-19 vaccine. You as well, Robert Malone. We have solutions. Therefore, I say thank you to Gerald Hauser. You said a sentence at the beginning, together we are strong. And one of the speakers before said, through cooperation we are strong. Then I heard the sentence, keep moving forward, from you, Asim. Thank you. I want to refer to your triangle. What is the solution? What is my contribution? We could do something together. What can we do together? You said a creation of relevant knowledge, point one. Involvement of the politician, here is one. And the social participation. How can we bring this in practice? We could, and that's a sentence I prepared, we could establish, we could create together an international academy of best solutions, like yours, you mentioned before. We know there is a best solution for every problem on the world, but it's so difficult to find this solution. But if we would have a shared community, academy of the best solutions, everybody from all over the world could have access to these solutions. Not only some solutions, we say the best solutions. For example, I brought one of the best solutions we have now, for example, for autism or for Lyme's disease. But how is it possible? Let us create a shared digital archive of knowledge and experience in form of solution protocols. Yeah? Everybody in the room, he has for problems a solution protocol for himself. But what is the best? We could follow a defined input procedure and an output procedure, how you can come to these wonderful solutions. And we could optimize under constant success monitoring. Objective, there must be an improvement in the findings, and there must be improvement in the subjective symptoms to achieve professional and economic advantages for all members involved through cooperation and not mutual competition. What is our goal for the future? What could it be? Together, collect, develop, apply, share, further develop, optimized solution concepts for all problems and issues in order to improve the living conditions and health of all living beings. This could be a solution, and if you are interested to join, please, I will give you this list. If you're interested and to get more information about, please add your name to the list.
Yes, wonderful. Okay. We definitely plan, thank you so much, to have a conference on best solutions because Dr. Surberg, with 40 years of experience in holistic health, already presented to me his big data. And there is lots of doctors from all across the world who brought their ideas in. And I think this is a very wonderful protocol where people really from all across the world, doctors from New Zealand can have a look at, oh, what are the Austrians doing if there's Lyme disease coming up? So this is a really good idea, and we will definitely take this seriously in MEHA. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, and here I want to ask somebody who is from Austria as well. The reason why I ask our young colleague here, it is because we have so many young people out there, and it's important that we have role models for young people who probably also shine a light on healthy lifestyle for young people and probably become influencers in how they live their lives. Dear Lukas Winkler from Austria.
Thank you. As you said, my name is Lukas Winkler. I am the founder and CEO of Hyperbalance, a center for biohacking and longevity based in Graz, Austria. And I sit here in front of you not only as an entrepreneur, but as someone who once faced a serious illness. That experience gave me a profound realization. True health begins long before disease appears. My diagnosis was not a matter of fate, it was the consequence of years of poor lifestyle choices. That's the reason why I got blind as I was 15 years old. What helped me to recover and rebuild my life were longevity therapies, especially hyperbaric oxygen therapy. These therapies support regeneration, strengthen our cells, and enhance performance and vitality from young adulthood all the way into old age. Prevention is not just a moral imperative, it is a smart economic decision. Every euro invested in prevention saves many times that amount in acute and long-term medical costs. It is time we redefine health, not as the active pursuit of longevity and vitality. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Helen Larsen from Estonia.
Hello, everyone. I'm a medical doctor, family doctor, and I have PhD in neuroscience. And I'm also a board member of World Council for Health Estonia. And I would like to say a few words about the current situation that we all know we are living in an epidemic of mental, physical, and psychosomatic illnesses. And to reverse the situation, I think we need to apply a holistic approach. And By this, we can provide the environment where all life can be flourished and prosper. But before that, we need to connect our body, spirit, and mind. Without any of those in balance, one simply cannot make any good decisions for improving our lives. To restore dignity and trust and respect between the medical staff, science, and patients, this is a very crucial topic for me and many medical people. And last but not least, we have to restore the medical oath, first to no harm, because we cannot let this situation, what we have had, never again. And this can be done only by combining our knowledge, what we have plenty of it today, with our wisdom, which is a base for the future decisions. And to conclude it, I would like to, if I can have a word anywhere, so we can heal what can be healed, and we can build the bridges what can be built, and we can restore the humanity. Thank you.
Next speaker is Professor Mariano Bizzarri. No, okay, sorry. Then Dr. Alberto Donzelli.
Alberto Donzelli, sono medico di San...
I am a public health doctor. And I was also in the Superior Health Council in Italy. I'm also a coordinator of the Medical Scientific Independent Committee of Italy. Now, included in the priorities of this movement, I have observed that we want to get rid of the most significant threat, which is mRNA vaccines offered to the entire population of the world, and very often to people who experience severe harm. Now, it has been said that these vaccines reduce transmission and thereby infection, but Austria has shown how, with 4 million Austrians who were analysed, with subjects of 4 doses, over an 8-month period, were 7.3 times more likely to get infected than those who weren't. So this means that we're seeing a fall in consumer confidence, and we're also seeing an increase in mortality. We are seeing adverse effects, and unfortunately, total mortality has increased. But we can only understand this by giving credit to observational studies that use real data on 2 conditions. The data must include mortality by vaccines. Very few countries publish that data, and very often they stop publishing that data. And the second condition is that systematic errors need to be corrected, because we can all understand that these errors occur, but this is forgotten by a lot of epidemiologists. There are the 4 main principal errors, and we would be very pleased to be able to correct those errors, and in doing so, we can help change public opinion, thinking that vaccines reduce infection rather than the opposite way around. Thank you.
We definitely will have doctors' conferences where we absolutely address those topics. Our next speaker is Scott Tibbs.
Thank you, Dr. Maria. I'm Scott Tibbs. I'm an attorney at law, have been for 45 years. And I'm the president of the National Health Federation, the world's oldest health freedom organization. And I'm here to thank everyone for their presence and their contributions, and NHF and its sister organizations, NHF Sweden and NHF Germany, would like to join in. I'm reminded of something that a an American comedian and filmmaker said once about 50 years ago. He said, "I'm not afraid of death. I just don't want to be there when it happens." And so I think with us, it may seem like it's a very strange quote for this group, but we don't want to be there when it happens, and we want to make sure to delay it as much as we can. And we do that through better living, through better food, better nutrition, better sanitation, all of those things. And we do it also by avoiding certain dangerous medications, vaccines, and the like. But one thing we need to keep in mind, and it's really important for this group, is the impact, the importance of Codex Alimentarius and its commission. And the NHF has been fortunate enough for 25 years now to have an accredited INGO status with this group. And we've worked closely on certain issues with the EU delegation in order to fight toxic chemicals that go into our food, glyphosate, Roundup, all sorts of ingredients in our foods like aspartame, melamine residues, and vet drug residues that go into meats and the like. But it's been a pretty lonely battle for the 25 years I've been fighting it, at least. But it's important to know that, for those of you who don't, that Codex Alimentarius creates global food standards, and these global food standards can very easily overwhelm even the healthiest of food regulations that you are able to obtain here in the European Union. So you could get the healthiest food regulations under the EU statutes, and it won't mean a thing because the EU has agreed to harmonize its food standards to those of Codex. And just like the United States is committed to that. So it could easily overwhelm your work here unless you pay attention to Codex Alimentarius. So if we want to make Europe healthy again, I think MEHA needs to take into account the work being done at Codex. And I really invite everyone here to consult with me, or at least approach me. And we have meetings coming up and the like. And I would really like to see some impact on the EU Codex office here in Brussels, where there are people who are well-meaning because they do follow the precautionary principle here. So NHF and the EU delegation is often fought side by side at Codex, but it's really not enough. The EU delegation doesn't have the backbone to stand up to the New World, literally from Canada down to Chile and Argentina, and to fight this to a conclusion, and they give up way too easily. So we need people here to put some stiffening into the backbone of the EU delegation.
Thank you so much. We will definitely have joint efforts on this. Thank you. Our next speaker is somebody from the UK, and this will perfectly add up with Reggie Littlejohn's statement. It is about digital ID, and I want to ask Montgomery Toms, also a young, wonderful man who stands for freedom, and thank you so much because you influence young people to do you alike, so thank you for being here.
Oh, no, well, thank you for having me, and I try my best. But yeah, no, just on digital ID, so of course we've had people reference already that we've got digital ID coming to the UK, or hopefully not. But I just want to kind of throw our minds back to lockdown, because that's why we're here, really. That was the beginning of the terrible precedent that has been set. We saw vaccine passports, obviously internationally, and this is what set the precedent for digital IDs in the UK. It's going from bad to worse, really, because once digital IDs are implemented, we're going to be tracked, monitored, surveilled. We're going to have our rights and liberties further removed, and ultimately, as a young person, I'll keep this very short. You know, when I was 14, lockdown hit, I was kind of like, I went through puberty whilst being sort of locked down, not that I really observed it very much, but nevertheless, I sort of grew into an authoritarian climate where I see it as a responsibility, not just for young people, but for everyone to fight for freedom, liberty, and also justice. And digital IDs, I do believe we can stop it. I do believe it will be stopped because, quite simply, there's not enough space in the UK prisons, and you'll have to find me in there because I will never have one. And I hope everyone will join me in mass non-compliance and say, no, we don't want it. And in the wise words of Winston Churchill, we will never surrender. Yes, we thank you.
Next, Reggie Littlejohn, lawyer from the USA. Thank you.
Esteemed colleagues and members of the European Parliament, I am Reggie Littlejohn. I am an attorney from the United States. I come to you as the founder and president of Anti-Globalist International, co-founder of the Sovereignty Coalition, co-founder of the Stop Vaccine Passports Task Force. Can the World Health Organization's pandemic treaty and amended international regulations usher in an era of chronic lab leaks, bioterrorist attacks, digital surveillance, and a Chinese-style social credit system? A number of people have said today that we need to come out from under the boot of the World Health Organization. Here's a strategy to do that. Now, perhaps the most chilling aspect of the pandemic treaty that passed the World Health Organization in May of 2025 is the pathogen access and benefit sharing system, the PABS system, to, quote, promote the rapid and timely sharing of materials and sequence information on pathogens with pandemic potential. This system will concentrate all of the world's most deadly pathogens into the hands of unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats under the influence of the pharmaceutical industry. The WHO that will then share them with labs all over the world, ostensibly to develop vaccines, diagnostics, and other therapeutics. The sharing of these pathogens will greatly increase the chances of lab leaks and also the potential for bioterrorist attacks. Further, there is no language in the pandemic treaty limiting dangerous gain-of-function research. So labs all over the world could experiment on pathogens with pandemic potential to make them more transmissible and more lethal. In what way does this serve the health of humanity? It is concerning that the details of how this system will work is not in the pandemic treaty itself. It has been reserved to an annex, which is still being negotiated, and they have not submitted an updated draft. So, furthermore, the treaty requires nations, quote, to prevent misinformation and disinformation. That's worse than censoring it. It's to prevent it. So prevent, for example, even this conference from happening. And they don't define misinformation or disinformation, but if you look back to COVID-19, you can see that what it means is basically dissenting opinions and also anything that would cause vaccine hesitancy, as we've discussed before, a clear violation to the right of free speech. Furthermore, the amended international health regulations require international health documents. Many of these will be digital. These digital health documents, I would argue, are just a precursor to the World Economic Forum's digital ID, where they say that basically you will need a digital ID to access healthcare insurance and treatment, open a bank account, carry out online transactions, travel, access humanitarian services, shop, conduct business transactions online, participate in social media, pay taxes, vote, collect government benefits, and own a communications device, such as a cell phone or a laptop. Basically, these digital IDs we will be required to have them and to be in good standing just to access any part of life. Therefore, what's the strategy? Okay, I will wrap it up. The PABS system has not passed yet. It has not come to a vote. So if countries vote against this pathogen access and benefit sharing system, then it will not be implemented. And furthermore, the pandemic treaty itself will not be voted upon until the annex has passed. So if you want to oppose these, please talk to me after this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So
We have awesome lawyers, awesome scientists, doctors, people from health freedom movement from all across the world here. I ask the following speakers, please probably do 90 seconds. I know it's hard if you have to cut your prepared statements. I just ask you to do so we can hear all of the remaining speakers. Thank you so much for that. And to follow up with, I think it makes a lot of sense to hear our amazing friend, lawyer Philipp Kruse from Switzerland.
Thank you very much, Maria, and thank you very much for the distinguished guests, and most notably to Dr. Robert Malone and Asim Malhotra for your outstanding and inspiring speeches. After having led many court proceedings in Switzerland as a Swiss lawyer against harmful and unconstitutional corona mandates in Switzerland, after having represented individuals in courts for compensations for their heavy injuries from mRNA injections, and after having initiated the major criminal court proceeding against Swissmedic, our Swiss medical safety agency, still any results with respect to justice remain to be seen. And we can only ask the question, why does this happen? My personal takeaway from over 3 years of hard work, and I'm certainly not the only one who has worked many months and years for free, is the following. We see that from all of these attempts and legal court procedures, we can see the lesson learned and the takeaway as follows. Still today in all involved courts, all involved health authorities, certainly in Europe, they protect their governments still today in all of their deceptive information policies, in their wrong decision making, and most of all in their totally illegal authorizations of the mRNA products that were granted in Switzerland by the medical safety agencies. So there is still no justice done, no lesson learned in our official world in Europe. So what do we do about that? Well, first I wanted, when I came here, ask the question to the MEHA team, to Dr. Robert Malone, is there any hope coming from the United States, where so many positive signals have come from, and most notably on the 20th of January, the declaration of the President Trump to exit the WHO, and many further steps. And now from today's event, I can derive hope. It will be from Europe. We will take our destiny in our own hands. We will make sure that everybody can see what the true effect of WHO was and the true effect of the industry after so many proceedings have resulted in the authorities claiming that WHO was setting the gold standards. So I look forward to contribute together with the MEHA movement all of my experience, all of my investigations I've done against the WHO, and let's therefore together make Europe healthy again. And yes, I agree, we will never give up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is from Croatia. Andrija Glarić, please. A short statement to what makes Europe healthy again from the perspective of somebody from Croatia. Thank you so much for coming.
Well, thank you for the invitation. Well, I'm a little surprised because I didn't expect it that you called me, but thank you. It's a really huge honor to be here, especially when I'm coming from this small country like Croatia. I became journalist in the last few years, and for 35 years I'm a multiple entrepreneur, and I became journalist because I think that it was necessary to speak the truth. The biggest fight was for information and for truth last 5 years, and that's how I became now professional journalist, not only, excuse me. not only as an entrepreneur, but also as someone who is seeking the truth. And I think that was the biggest threat from all around the world, and especially in Europe today, because we are facing that, unfortunately, European policy is going to our freedom of speech and freedom of thinking. And that's why it's very important to address this and to talk about this here, because this is the center of Europe for now. But I think that has to become again a center of free speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is David Bell.
Thank you. I'm David Bell, public health physician. I'm here from the US on behalf of Brownstone and the International Health Reform Project. The last few years have laid bare for all of us the corruption of international public health. Commercial interests have replaced research with modelling, empirical data with groupthink, trampled on human rights and fundamental medical ethics that we all thought previously were sacrosanct. The result is global health policy based on dodgy data and false assumptions. This is well exampled by the pandemic agenda. The pandemics have not been increasing in frequency or severity, as we're constantly told. Infectious disease mortality has been consistently falling. COVID in this context stands as an outlier, but probably from a lab. Yet these increasingly rare occurrences are promoted as an existential threat, with the WHO and its partners proposing to divert tens of billions of dollars annually to address them. This will, as COVID showed, deliver massive profits for those sponsoring this agenda, but it also continue to increase widespread poverty and inequality in the global public. The WHO's obsession with pandemics and profitable emergencies also comes at the cost of redirecting resources from the underlying drivers of health, like nutrition and community-centred health systems. We're seeing the inevitable outcome here of stale bureaucracies partnered with the imperative of commercial greed. We should, however, be encouraged by signs of a pushback against this administrative nanny state and the increasing reach of globalism into our state's jurisdictions, such as health. And this meeting is a good example of that, and of turning back towards a human rights-based approach. States must urgently reassert lost attributes of sovereign responsibility, allow citizens to reassert agency, and accept individual responsibility for their own lives. In international health, this means rethinking, radically reforming or replacing institutions, starting with the WHO, decentralising, removing conflict of interest, and putting people ahead of profit.
Thank you, David, for the statement.
To ensure this meeting goes in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution from Brownstone Institute as well. Thank you. Our next speaker, and I think this is a very important topic to also bring in, and I know that he followed my ask to make 1 minute out of his speech, is a building biologist from Austria, Engineer Armin Rebernik. This is a very important topic that we definitely want to tackle as well.
Thank you very much. My name is Armin Rebernik. I'm an environmental analyst. I'm a specialist on building diagnostics and scientific-based building biology. So what I do is I go to people's homes and measure pollutants, toxins, microorganisms, electromagnetic pollution. And I do this since 20 years in Central Europe, and I have a lot of experience with this, and we as building biologists see what people are living, in what environment they are living in. And we have to understand what the environment for us is today. It's 90% of our time we spend indoors. Some people, old people, sick people, spend 100% of the time indoors. So this is our environment. It's not the nature anymore. And we cannot say that this, what we are building, is natural. We find up to 5,000 chemicals in the house dust. And this is what we are breathing. We have chemical gases in the air. And this all mixes up. And we have a lot of electromagnetic pollution. So therefore, people have some problems. And the thing is, we have this empiric knowledge also. We see when we reduce those pollutants, electromagnetic pollution, especially on the bad sides, that people become better. I have lots of clients who had like lots of doctors and like horror stories. for years, and they were then therapy resistant, and all of them, or most of them, they said, yeah, you have psychic problems. And then you find something at home, and then you reduce it and people become better, sometimes within weeks and months. So if we want to make Europe healthy again, I think the scientific base building biology is very important, and it's a very great thing what we are doing here together, and I want to thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. Sabine Stäbel from Germany. If I kindly also may ask you, people can find your work online as well, to make a short statement. I thank you so much for your work.
So my name is Dr. Sabine Stäbel. I'm an independent scientist. I did my PhD in protein optimization, which is another word for gain-of-functional protein level. So what I want to talk about shortly is the safety data sheet. Did you know the mod RNA products have a safety data sheet? Did any doctor read the safety data sheet? I just want to cite some highlights from the safety data sheet. If operating and handling conditions result in airborne exposure, which is always the case if you get rid of the air in the syringe, wear an appropriate respirator, not a mask, respirator, with a protection factor sufficient to control exposure. Particulate cartridge with a full face respirator P3 filter. Did any doctor wear this garment? Wear Imperial's disposable protective clothing when handling this compound. Full body protection is recommended. Or where warranted engineering controls such as a biosafety cabinet should be applied at the primary means of control of exposure. If doctors kept to these rules in the safety data sheets, I have some printouts in German if someone's interested, this platform is dead. Just keep to the rules in the safety data sheet. This product is listed as OEB5 by Pfizer, which means highly hazardous. It's in their documents. How can this be safe?
Yes, you can find it on the website.
I have some of these, you can have them.
Thank you so much, Sabine. Our next speaker is Ivor Cummins from Ireland. Also, if you could shorten it a little bit more than I asked you before. Thanks.
Thanks, Maria. I'll try. So Ivor Cummins from Ireland. I'm a biochemical engineer and a kind of metabolic science specialist. I'm going to keep it simple today. In engineering, we have the KISS principle, keep it simple, stupid, and I think this can be done here. You might be familiar with the British term meat and 2 veg, and another term that might be useful I made up around 10 years ago is the devil's triad. So I'll just briefly go through those two. The first term, meat and 2 veg, evokes a traditional British main meal. It's got protein in the center and 2 vegetable sides. It's a cornerstone of healthy, nutritious human food. And the meat can be any nutrient-dense animal food, any meat, any fish, or perhaps eggs. And this way of eating for humans contained no ultra-processed fake foods. If this was still the mainstay of the European diet, we would not have a need for a MEHA initiative, ironically. Now, my second term, the devil's triad, I put together a long time back. What is it? Well, it's the primary root cause of most modern chronic disease. Mainly, it's sugar, refined grains, refined wheats, and vegetable or seed oils. The triad makes up most of our modern disease-causing ultra-processed foods. It's the big problem in them, really. And these so-called foods make up most of the calories in our diets from the BMJ. They're designed to be addictive in nature. They are our problem. So to make Europe healthy again, the authorities would need to keep it simple. A, across all agencies, exclusively promote real ancestral nutrient-dense foods, meat, fish, eggs, vegetables. An enabler of A, support local farmers and producers in and across all European countries at all costs. B, across all agencies, unite to achieve a common understanding of this simple but crucial message. Most of our supermarkets are stuffed with the devil's triad. No surprise where we are. And an important enabler of B, to finish, remove ultra-processed food corporates from all food guidelines committees, from roles in training nutritionists and medical personnel. Get them out there, destroying our health from within the system. That's a scientific fact, and you can trust that science.
Thank you so much. Next speaker from France, also Professor Christian Perron. If I also may ask you to make a very, very short statement. I know you're...
Okay.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you to all of the organizers. Thank you to Robert Malone and Asim Malhotra. I met them sometimes in Europe or in the United States, and you're doing a fantastic job. If you allow me, I will continue in French, so you can put your earphones.
I would like to thank the MEPs here, Virginie Joron, Christine Anderson, Rob Ross, and others who I may not have mentioned. They have carried out fantastic work here in the European Parliament for several years now. They have shed light on this Parliament, both in Strasbourg as well as here in Brussels. I'm not going to go back over what has already been said by previous experts. Public health is in danger. Life expectancy and natality rates are on a downward spiral, so we need to restore public health, particularly when it comes to research and publications. We need independence of media, and as was underscored earlier, medicine is not an exact science, and I completely agree that medical studies need to focus more on prevention rather than treatment. Just 2 examples. In France, with friends, I have fought for something called bonsens.org, so commonsense.org in English. This is a group presided over by Xavier, who's the director of François. This was a newspaper created in the Second World War under the French resistance. François, with other alternative media, were one of the main French media outlets carrying out resistance. And I just wanted to quote 2 examples. We fought against scientific mistakes. We've got experts that want to retract articles published in international journals. We think that's important. And then we also have a lawyer from bonsens.org who's here with us here today. We are fighting for transparency for public health data. The French government refuses.
Thank you for your statement. We just need to really use the last minutes to give short speeches, because we have to finish this up by 6 o'clock. And I know we have 4 more speakers, and I would like if you could really make a short statement, tell us your name, where you come from, and a short statement about what makes Europe healthy again. Mr. Polikretis would be the next one. I'm sorry that we had to shorten this very much.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you, Honorable Hauser, for hosting this event and for inviting us to participate. So, considering that the pharmaceutical industry plans to extend the use of the mRNA technology to several applications over the coming years, mainly because it saves time and money, we cannot overlook one of its most critical drawbacks. I'm talking about the immune response, where the body's defense system targets and destroys any cell producing the antigen encoded by the mRNA. The global scientific community, policymakers, and the general public must understand that according to a core principle of immunology, any cell producing a viral or foreign protein is inevitably recognized as a threat by the immune system and killed. Because of this mechanism, since the beginning of the vaccination campaigns, I'm trying to warn the scientific community about the necessity of conducting extensive biodistribution evaluations. Such evaluations in humans have been totally bypassed. However, clear histopathological evidence from biopsies and autopsies shows that the vaccine-derived genetic material can enter systemic circulation and spread without control throughout the body. This includes the brain and the heart, where it can trigger the immune system to attack the body's own tissues, leading to serious adverse effects like myocarditis, a condition I was the first to hypothesize and describe in scientific literature. Given that I'm speaking here today, I feel compelled to mention that, based on the findings of the Pfizer study number 185350, the Comirnaty assessment report by the European Medicine Agency, dated February 19, 2021, states on page 47, I quote, over 48 hours biodistribution from the injection site to most tissues occurred. Therefore, the EMA was aware that in rats, biodistribution beyond the injection site occurred involving most tissues. Despite these alarming safety signals, millions of people around Europe, including pregnant women and infants, have been inoculated with these experimental products. And this happened also thanks to the silence of the vast majority of the scientific community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, next speaker is Alberto Contri.
Thanks to the international relationships, our group of volunteers succeeded in getting the Italian government to reject the amendments to the WHO's international health regulations, the only European country to do so, despite pressure from the European Union. We believe that alongside the need to restore a true scientific debate and defend health, fundamental rights must be guaranteed, especially freedom of speech and critical thinking. In recent years, censorship has impacted public debate, but also scientific debate, making it increasingly difficult to publish studies independent of mainstream influence. It is therefore important to promote a free, indexed scientific journal and European coordination to defend rights and freedom of speech against the constant pressure from the attacks by censorship and social control. Only together can we do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have a short statement from Mexico, from former UN employee Gloria Garcia, please. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me. I did not have a speech ready, but I'm going to be very quick. After many years of struggling with mental health, I founded a company that and been researching for many, many years to create all natural formulas to attack many issues, one of them mental health, and that's how we're going to make Europe healthy again, attacking mental health issues with natural ingredients.
Thank you so much. So we have one very last speaker, Sandro Sanvenero. Okay. Sorry. Yes, we had a very last minute to be announced to be a speaker, so we cannot do this anymore because the interpreters leave their booths, so we only can continue in English maximum. The thing is, if you're not prepared yet, Mr. Contri, there would be like 2 statements. We were asked for a last minute statement by Hungarian lawyer, you first, and then Hungarian lawyer Mihalik. Mr. Contri, please.
Okay, so may I speak in Italian or I have to speak in English?
Yes, maybe a 30-second statement because we really have to finish up.
So
Thank you.
Very quickly, so I use Italian. Sono stato per 26 anni nella dirigenza dell'Ordine dei Medici, sia provinciale che nazionale e internazionale. Sono stato l'unico presidente che si è rifiutato di sospendere i sanitari renitenti all'obbligo vaccinale imposto in Italia, per cui dirò poche parole sull'etica, inquadrandola in un quadro generale. Da sempre il potere, quello vero, ha avuto la necessità di un principio ispiratore. In principio era la religione, se non credevi non facevi il re, non il medico. Da adesso è diventato l'ambiente, la salute, il One Health. E poiché i medici ne sono i gran sacerdoti, la chiave di volta che regge lo stesso principio ispiratore, ecco la necessità di bloccarli in procedure, protocolli, ovviamente scritti da qualcun altro, facendoli diventare dei banali burocrati pronti ad essere sostituiti dalla stupidità computazionale, erroneamente definita intelligenza artificiale. Da qui l'assoluta necessità, per avere un'Europa healthy again, di impegnarsi affinché venga da una parte preservata il consenso informato del paziente e l'autonomia e l'indipendenza nella responsabilità dello svolgimento della professione e dall'altra contrastare i conflitti di interesse, specialmente in ambito formativo, e le porte girevoli tra controllati e
Mr. Contri, I just have to announce that the interpreters had to had to finish, and so maybe short English.
Yes.
Yes, finish.
So
Thank you.
we have to come back to the basilar principle of medicine, the ethics.
Yes, thank you so much. Absolutely.
Hello.
So for everybody at home, the live stream now is still ongoing on gomeha.com and also provided at Mr. Hauser's YouTube channel. The live stream bei MEP Gerald Hausers Livestream ist jetzt wahrscheinlich nur mehr auf Englisch zu hören, aber wir haben noch 2 finale Statements und dann werde ich noch das Wort an den Gerald Hauser geben. Also ein herzliches Entschuldigung an die Zuseher im Livestream auf Deutsch. Wir werden den Rest der Konferenz noch in Englisch abschließen und noch ein Statement von der ungarischen Rechtsanwältin Angelika Mihalik, bitte.
So, I'm Angelika Mihalik from Hungary. I'm a Hungarian attorney representing more than 600 severely vaccine-injured children across Hungary. These children, ranging from infants to 12 years old, suffer from serious conditions such as epilepsy, autism, cancer, autoimmune diseases, etc., and all medically linked to adverse reactions following mandatory vaccination. Hungary imposes one of the world's most aggressive mandatory vaccination schedule, nearly 50 vaccines before age 12, without any meaningful medical exemption mechanism. Over the past 3 years, out of hundreds of documented medical contraindications, the authorities have granted only 1 exemption, despite life-threatening risk in many cases. Parents who refuse further vaccinations for their injured children face fines ranging from $550 to $100 USD, and it can repeated over and over again. And in some cases, child removal by welfare authorities for forced vaccinations. Doctors fear disciplinary action if they report adverse events, and the media remains silent. We are 4 attorneys willing to defend these families face continuous disciplinary threats and harassment for our work. This is our story.
Thank you for the insight. Yeah, thank you for the insight on Hungary, and we will definitely tackle this with Hungarian doctors and lawyers and speak with our international team as well. And there is one very final statement also by German psychologist Dr. Dirk Seeling, who is also working on a moratorium to the modified RNA vaccines. Please keep it very, very short. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the audience and to our guests. And there's a group of 188 first signatures and 10,000 people, more than 2,000 doctors worldwide and scientists that signed a risk warning regarding drug safety and mRNA moratorium. So it's about modified mRNA vaccines that they have to be stopped because of all what we already know. I would like to add meditation was one very, very important thing. It's even growing hippocampus. Yeah. And on the other hand, what I think in Europe we can really, it would be helpful if from America is supporting, if the bridge is working, and to get the support, and on the other hand to be self-responsible. That is for sure. It needs to be self-responsible for all the people, that they know what they are doing, and therefore we need information, and therefore we need a good network with all groups together, and therefore it's fantastic what you started, Maria, and yeah, we want to support, and everyone can support to subscribe on mwm-proof.com to give the signature, and we will also connect to other groups like WCH, North Group, CS Medicus, and other groups that are here in Europe from doctors and scientists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I want to mention two more doctors, Dr. Hannes Schoberwalter, who also came from Austria. Unfortunately, we cannot hear your statements anymore, but we will definitely gather tomorrow again. Also, Dr. Kabelka from Austria is here. He wrote several books on modified RNA vaccination. I know you understand. We really have to close this conference for now, but we will have doctors' conferences in 2026 in the first half of the year. And I also want to say thank you to the Brownstone Institute, who is partnering with us. And from Brownstone Institute is Tom Harrington. Tom, I know you can end on a positive note, so I would like to hear a message of hope from you to just round this up before MEP Gerald Hauser and I wrap this conference up finally. Thank you.
I don't come here as a scientist. I come from the world of culture, and I was brought into this world of scientific things a few years back. I'd like to just say a couple of things about what I'd like to call intellectual or cultural ecology. Brownstone publishes books, Brownstone publishes articles. We send out a lot of information, we share a lot of information, but we also get people to gather together and to come across class lines and across educational lines in some of our supper clubs and feed the spirit in that way. So there's one thing I think that stands behind Brownstone's whole outlook, and it's that our institutions failed us. Culture comes from institutions. We don't have culture without institutions to shape it and turn it into something. Our institutions failed us, and we are now in a position to create new ones. It's horrifying that we need to do so, but I think gatherings like this and the type of person-to-person things that we do and we are doing here are really an important step in getting people together, because everything's, for better and for worse, everything's on the drawing board now. They've failed us, they've lied to us, and we need to do something else, and they're not going to do it for us, and we have to do it together.
For all the colleagues who had to shorten their statements, they know that we have a gathering Thursday morning. They got already personally invited to this. And after the personal meeting that we have tomorrow on Thursday, I want to announce that there will be a press conference as well, Thursday, 12 p.m. till 1:30 p.m. and one of the people who is going to live stream from there is Dan Estin Gregory from Free Humanity, who is on our MEHA steering committee, and you can see the live stream of the press conference on his channel, and we also might give this key to other media who want to share the live stream as well. So again, I'm sorry for the people who had to cut their speeches short. I want to say a heartfelt thank you for everybody who came here to spend the time with us, and tomorrow there will be definitely a great think tank meeting Thursday morning. And I want to say a heartfelt thank you to MEP Gerald Hauser. I also, and I think this is also important to you. I also want to say a heartfelt thank you to your team. Great team, thank you so much. Also to the Patriots for Europe Foundation, who is our host together with Gerald Hauser. Thank you so much. And thank you also MEP Christine Andersen, who is here with us in the room. Thank you so much that you spent the time with us. Also MEP Virginie Joron, and I know there are other MEPs in the room. Thank you so much. MEPs from AUR party joined us. We are happy to get in contact with you, and we definitely want to offer you the solutions that MEHA with this great network is going to come up with. Thank you again, and now closing remarks in German from MEP Gerald Hauser to the people who are still watching on his YouTube channel. Noch einmal Entschuldigung, dass das jetzt nur noch auf Englisch übertragen wurde. Gerald, danke von ganzem Herzen und Abschlussworte auf Deutsch.
Ja, liebe Maria, geschätztes
Publikum, hochkarätiges Publikum. Es war für uns, glaube ich, heute eine Riesenehre, bei der Geburt von MEHA im Europäischen Parlament, gerade im Europäischen Parlament, anwesend zu sein. Ich glaube, das ist der richtige Ort, weil gerade die Gesundheit hier nicht gut aufgehoben ist, aber heute einen riesengroßen Input auch von Ihnen bekommen hat. Abschließend möchte ich mich bedanken bei der Foundation, lieber Herr Präsident. Danke für die großartige Unterstützung. Liebe Maria, dir gratuliere ich von Herzen für diese wunderbare Veranstaltung. Ich glaube, besser hätte es nicht laufen können. Es war ein idealer Ort, um MEHA hier und heute auf die Welt zu bringen. Wir hatten großartige Redner, Dr. Asim Malhotra. Ein großes Dankeschön. Lieber Dr. Robert Malone, großartige Arbeit. Wir brauchen deinen Input von Amerika. Wir brauchen den Schwung, der von Amerika ausgeht, damit auch in Europa endlich wieder die Freiheit, die Redefreiheit, die Demokratie Einkehr findet. Nicht nur in der Gesundheit. Heute mehrmals angesprochen, die Menschen müssen frei entscheiden können, ob sie sich impfen lassen wollen oder nicht. Aber vorher müssen sie korrekte, konkrete Informationen darüber bekommen. In Summe war das heute eine großartige Veranstaltung und geschätzter Herr Präsident, wir sind, glaube ich, sehr froh und dankbar, dass wir diese Veranstaltung ausrichten durften und wünschen MEHA, liebe Maria, MEHA, alles erdenklich Gute. Und wäre es nicht ein so wunderschöner Tag und Abend und hätten wir nicht auch noch einen kleinen Höhepunkt? Lieber Dr. Philipp Gut, bitte komme. Unser Freund Peter Villing aus der Schweiz, ein wirklicher Gutmensch. Ich bin beim Wort Gutmensch immer vorsichtig, so wie ich mittlerweile beim Wort Experte sehr, sehr vorsichtig geworden bin nach dieser sogenannten Covid-19-Pandemie. Aber es ist der große Peter Villinger, der seit Jahren Persönlichkeiten für ihren Mut und ihre Menschlichkeit auszeichnet. Und es war seine Entscheidung, heute und hier Dr. Robert Malone den Award für Mut und Menschlichkeit zu überreichen, der Award für Humanity und Courage. Lieber Dr. Robert Malone, großartig von dir. Wir gratulieren von Herzen und bitte nimm das als Zeichen mit nach Amerika, mit in deine Institutionen, dass wir dich, deine Institutionen hochschätzen und auf eine gute Zusammenarbeit warten und darum bitten. Alles Gute und noch einmal Dankeschön an alle für das Kommen. Es war großartig heute. Danke.